Be sure to wave at the spotters park off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly from heading, cleared for takeoff.
Go ahead, clear for takeoff, watch your right.
Happy Sunday. Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota for some live plane spotting right from one of Delta's busiest hubs and the main operating base of Sun Country Airlines, a bustling cargo terminal, the FedEx, UPS. We've got a ton of great action, all presented from one of the best locations to view commercial aviation up close, the aircraft viewing area. And I'll tell you what, it's hot out today, but not like it was last week. We're out of the 90s, down into the 80s as we begin a new week here in the month of July. Hope you're having a fantastic post 4th of July Sunday. And thank you for spending it with us here at MSP Airport Live. Welcome to our broadcast. Alex Redding and RJ Bean are going to be calling the shots here from the viewing area as we see them. We have all 30 operations today, so arrivals, departures, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. The spacing is going to be close. It's going to be action-packed. And RJ, I know you're excited. When you showed up to the viewing area, you're like, oh boy, we got all 30 ops today.
Oh yeah, I could tell as I was getting close to the airport here during my drive out here, because I actually wasn't sure when I left home. I hadn't looked. So I figured because I wasn't getting anything flying over my house. For that to happen, the 12s have to be active, so I don't really get much traffic, if at all, over when 30s are. Although I saw the Detroit flight go over me last night as they were climbing out from here.
Sun Country 395, monitor tower 126.7.
And I actually stood out on my front of my house and watched them go by. I waved, said hi. Hi.
Just like you and the deer.
Yeah, hi. Yep, that's a little bit better. That's how I would say it. Yep. Yep, there's deer in Florida in the area where we were. They're just smaller.
American 362, runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie 6, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 6, Charlie Alpha to 30 left, American 362. Runway 30 left, 5 right. November 963, uniform.
Just continuing to monitor our system here, just as we get our show going, just to make sure everything is all good. Looks like it. I know that last week we had to roll back to some of our old equipment, which had some teething problems we got worked out.
At 133, turn left there, otherwise left.
Yeah, resulted in some later starts than I guess we were anticipating, but nonetheless, just give it some time. Be patient with it, work with it.
395, Minneapolis Tower, traffic's exiting down.
We're all good today. I'll tell you what, it's significantly better than it was on Friday or Wednesday last week.
Ground point 9 on the other side. Sun Country 395. Sun Country 395, traffic holding up position. 133. Pick that 133 up. You can stay with me to the ramp. Have a good one.
All right, let's get to some live spotting here so I get onto the camera.
Runway 30 over left.
Push for the left, Sun Country 407.
All right, first departure of the broadcast, KLM 250 Heavy off to Amsterdam Schiphol with the 787-9 Dreamliner.
Ground you up.
Ground Sun Country 395 on Charlie.
Sun Country 395, Alpha direction, Americans waiting for you. Short of hotel, you taxi via Charlie Hotel, runway 4 and Papa.
And I think they're moving.
Papa, Sun Country 395. And ground Delta 1605 ready for 6.
Delta 1605, roger.
Looks like they're kind of inching forward.
Or I thought they were.
Behind the American 73.
It's kind of hard to tell from here. 30s are active today, so we're further from the starting line for roll for takeoff.
Continue via Charlie Alpha.
But those takeoffs are just going to be spectacular today.
Yep.
That's what gets me pumped when the 30s are active. We just get some stunning departures from
There they go.
Yep. And they're on the roll.
Green flag.
220, then Delta Papa.
30 right, Bravo.
No, this is not Daytona.
Delta Papa, Delta 2884.
It's not Formula One either,
Nope.
but they sure are hauling.
Country 395, monitor ground of point 8.
Point 8, Sun Country. KLM 250 Heavy, heading 340, contact departure.
Let's get some wheels up.
To departure, KLM 250 Heavy on heading 340, goodbye.
So their gear is still up. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Delta 1542, Minneapolis Tower, wind variable F5, runway 30 left, line up and wait, caution wait turbines. Prior departure was a heavy 787.
Their gear is still down, RJ.
That's what I thought.
Their gear is still down. Have you ever seen that? That could be a serious issue.
Well, let's keep an eye on them.
2884, monitor ground point 8. Ground point 8.
So I don't know if anybody at MSP Tower has our live feed up, which sometimes they do down in the break room.
Down on the runway for 16 for me, left turn runway.
That is
22,
not-
and whiskey with 6 to the ramp. Sun Country gives way.
That is not a good sign at all. But KLM, I sure hope everything's all right.
Sun Country 701, we've got everything figured out here, ready for taxi, and we're taking.
1701.
I did not have that on my bingo card. I'm sure everyone aboard that aircraft did not either.
After the Gulfstream, left.
Folks, did we see that? Did you guys see that when KLM took off? They should have had wheels up right after positive rates. That did not happen. It looked like the landing gear doors closed, but the gear never retracted. They had all of that tricycle gear out of the open.
720 Minneapolis Tower, wind variable 4, only 30 left, clear to land.
I'm going to keep an eye on them here a little bit to start on, see what they do.
That is just wild.
Turn left, heading 260.
757 200 departure off runway 30 left.
Departure Delta 1542, going.
Sailing off for Las Vegas. It's an ex-Delta jet. We will also see the much longer and much larger 757-300 here at MSP Airport. So if you are new to live plane spotting here at MSP Airport, we see a lot of the 757-300s, a lot of 717s, which are making their way out of mainline fleets across the globe. We've got a lot of Airbus aircraft here, A220s, A330s, the 320 family. We've got Neos. We've got a lot of bright and colorful Sun Country 737s that are based out of here. We are the main operating base for low-cost carrier Sun Country Airlines that has called the Twin Cities home since the 80s. And that airline started with a lone Boeing 727-200 and quickly expanded after that, after doing charter service. Then they did a bunch of leisure flying, taking holiday travelers down to warmer climates. They have just become a huge low-cost carrier here in the United States.
Well, I think KLM is okay because they've continued their climb out and they're up over 8,500 feet. They're just due north of downtown St. Paul and climbing out.
All right, we got another departure here. RJ, American Airlines with the 737-800 is now rocketing off 30 left.
Okay, I was monitoring our KLM departure, so
1605, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left.
back on track here.
2 mile final. Yeah, 30 left, 280.
Headed to San Francisco. This is American 756. So I'd say with the 30 ops today, we're going to get some interesting rotations because there's a lot of departures that we're getting right now, and the heat is probably playing a role in that.
The density altitude is much higher.
Yep.
Which is going to require more real estate for fully loaded aircraft to get airborne safely.
Yep, got to get their ground speed up.
Holy cow, was that a long roll from American Airlines. They are full today.
And when we like to refer to the whale, and that whale sound, it's the A220, so that's what this departure is. It's Delta 1605 to St. Louis. The A220-100.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 0206, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
There's going to be no breathing room between arrivals and departures today, so if we're a little bit late catching the touchdown after tracking a departure, because they have to space them close to keep traffic moving. This is when MSP Airport is in crunch time, especially those controllers.
So we've got a little bit of an insight on that KLM issue.
I think that is the longest roll that I have ever seen a CRJ make upon arrival. I don't know if you've seen longer, RJ, but I'll tell you what, that was pretty long for that puddle jumper.
Well, as I was coming over the 494 bridge over the Minnesota River, I got buzzed from one that was very much on short final. So Pudge MSP is saying they did that the other day too. Called down to the departure controller to let them know. Came back and said they were doing it for brake cooling.
Oh, wow, okay.
And then Owen Benjamin says, but they opened the doors so they wanted them to go up. So that
is so fascinating. I thought that something might be up. Of course it was. I mean, I didn't know that that was a procedure they did. That's so cool. Thank you for sharing that.
Go 3720, monitor
so,
and Pudge MSP is a tower controller. So if there's anybody that's going to know, it's going to be Pudge, yeah.
And Joe.
Yep, our good buddy go around Joe 29.
Sun Country 1701 to Salt Lake City.
756, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 miles an hour. 1701, contact departure.
Also UPS 568 Heavy, our MD-11. It'll be arriving from Louisville, Kentucky tonight.
Oh, darn it.
I
thought it was not. I thought it was coming. You got me excited.
Well, they just turned their transponder on, got the notification from Flight Radar, so they will be headed our way in not too long from now. They will be arriving on 30 left, so we'll get to see the Mega Dog tonight. That's what we call the MD-11.
Push through 30 left, 1030.
And here comes one of the many Cadillacs for Delta Airlines, the A321.
Headed to San Francisco, flight 756.
We got to swing around the other way, RJ, because then we have the arrival.
Yep, Sun Country 304 from Bozeman. Tide Pod.
Runway 30 left, line up and wait, phone traffic off the parallel.
Yep, gotta keep on my toes today.
It's 43, may start off left, cross runway 30 left, straight into the ramp. Cross 30 left at Alpha 5, straight into the ramp, expected 843. 5304, turn left, goodbye, contact ground point 9. Yeah.
Looks like we're gonna get a taxi on Mike. Here we go, RJ. Here's your mic taxi. See if we can get a wave.
Ground Sun Country 304 is on my mic.
Sun Country 304, Minneapolis, Air 128.
We're Hotel 2 Charlie, I'll check in with you.
Sun Country 304 is a regional investigated open. Should be a Mike, Charlie 2, and Charlie Sierra, across runway 4.
Mike, Charlie 2, Charlie Sierra, cross runway 4 for 324, thank you. Ground, Scala 5814, right taxi.
So 5814, runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha for Scala 5814.
Oh, well.
Didn't get one?
I don't think so.
Aw, bummer.
Darn it.
Oh, well, they got to focus on where their gate is, and considering how busy T2 is,
Gopher Pod's
I don't
pushed.
blame them for not
Where's Gopher Pod pushed?
glancing over to wave at us.
2462, Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, runway 30 left.
Gopher Pod's going to Spokane.
Charlie, where you go, connect. You're ready to go. That's 2821, wind calm, turn left heading 260.
Sun Country 407,
left, heading
headed to San
280,
Diego.
runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Well, there we go, another 30 left. Departure cleared for takeoff. Going to swing the camera all the way back down to the threshold of 30 left. I got a feeling it's just going to be one of those days, RJ, where it's just going to be non-stop, one after the other.
Yeah, that's the way we like it.
That's very true. All right, it's a 717 that'll be departing runway 30 left.
Headed to Charlotte.
Left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
30 left via Delta Whiskey.
2821. Oh, get the two together.
So you can pull the camera out far enough. Yeah, there we go.
Turn left heading 260, contact departure, steer. Left 260, switching departure, we'll see you at Delta 2821.
There goes 2821. Off to Charlotte.
Sun Country 425, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved 30 left, Country 425.
Delta 1036, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
All right, so we're about to get the departure of Sun Country's so-called Gopher Pod livery. Should be a lot of fun.
I saw that airplane twice on Friday. Well, not in person, but both times, but one of them. got a former red tail on short final coming in from Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Delta 2462, A320.
Will be a salute, RJ.
Yeah, I gotta do this with the other laptop.
We're clear to taxi up short of
Mine do it.
654. I still need to leave room for them to get out just in case they're slow pulling you in. Just hold your position now. And then I guess, yeah, fine. Continue, correction. Continue Sierra short of Delta. Sierra short of Delta. 4.
Turn right Delta, contact ground point 9, see it.
Right, Delta Grand Point 9, see it up to 2462.
Endeavor 5022, turn left heading 280, only 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Sun Country 1971, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 left.
Approved 30 left, Sun Country 1971. We're
So our Sun Country Airlines Gopher Pod livery is getting closer to the threshold of runway 30 left for departure.
Delta 2617, Minneapolis ground push approved, land on runway 30 left.
All right, looks like we got another departure, RJ. It's a CRJ.
Headed to Bentonville.
Skywest 5814,
Endeavor Air
fly runway heading, runway
1522.
30 left, clear for takeoff.
Company off your gate, into the gate. Okay, right turn Charlie, Charlie, 425, runway 30 left, taxi in Delta Sierra Charlie Whiskey.
Delta Sierra Charlie Whiskey, 30 left, Sun Country 439.
Ready to taxi. Delta 1036, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Taxi via Alpha, Delta 1036.
And we got another departure, RJ.
Straight ahead, Sierra Charlie Whiskey.
Straight ahead.
SkyWest
Sierra, Charlie,
5814,
Whiskey,
San
Sun Country,
Francisco
439.
is their destination. So this is United Express. It's Embraer 175. And I do believe Gopher Pod has been cleared onto the runway.
37 fly, runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Oh, this departure is gonna rock.
Endeavor 5105,
And it'll also roll.
Tower 10406, runway 30 left, line up and wait. Sky 5814, contact departure, see you.
See ya.
Departure, Sky 5814, see ya.
See ya.
See ya. Wonder what the record for the longest see ya on frequency is here at MSP Airport. Maybe one of our controllers can chime in and give us that information.
Rolling.
If they have it, of course. Here we go. Sky you by. Here comes Gopher Pod.
Number 5105, turn left, 30 left.
Sun Country 1971, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
30 left, Delta Whiskey.
So I saw Gopher Pod Friday
departure.
morning when I was over at Lake Phelan doing my 5K.
Oh, wow.
So before the race started, of course, the 12s were active Friday morning. So of course the arrivals were constantly coming in over us, and one of them happened to be Gopher Pod, and then of course I was helping moderate the stream on Friday from home, and carried it coming in from Anchorage.
So the 2209 Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30
So
left.
when it came in that morning and went out, I'm guessing that's where it went, because then when it came back, that's where it came from.
Heading 260, contact departure.
Yeah, it was a wee bit hot and humid this Friday morning.
Just a wee bit.
Yeah, everybody was pretty noticeably covered with precip because it was so warm. People didn't hang around too much afterwards when they finished, got their finisher medals, got their post-race food and drinks, and headed out to the rest of their day with whatever it was going to be. And I know I just headed home and crashed on the couch to cool off, and helped with the stream from there.
Well, I appreciate it. How was doing the moderating? Different perspective than what you're typically used to, because you are just very active in helping me host the show, being an excellent co-host. And so from that perspective, you got to take the position of our managing producer, Michael Larson, for a day. What was that like?
It was different because I'm used to being out here. Of course, being out here is my first choice, and I'm wanting to do this as much as I can because, I'm not sure once we get into the fall and the next winter, what my availability will be, and depending on the weather and such. So do what I can to help. I haven't ventured out to do any of my state park road trips yet for the summer, so I may not be here because I'm out doing that too. So we'll see what lies ahead. Delta 1036 headed down to Atlanta, 73-9ER. So yeah, I was thinking about trying to venture up into the most northwest part of the state and kind of start out from kind of the Bemidji area, but unfortunately, of course, they took quite a hit, recently with the weather that went through up there. And I do know at one point, I don't know if it is now, Bemidji State Park was closed indefinitely.
It was ravaged by that over 100-mile-an-hour straight-line wind system. It was a mesoscale convective system that produced a derecho, blasting the Minnesota North Country, cabin country, as it's also called, with over 100-mile-an-hour winds for towns directly in the path of that system. And out ahead of that mesoscale convective system, or MCS, there were supercell thunderstorms like in North Dakota. Before that whole system developed with straight-line winds, we had some extremely powerful tornadoes that ravaged our neighbors in North Dakota. It's been a very active year for severe weather. I think it's trending to be one of the most active in the books.
Company pushed on the Foxtrot 10. Your push is approved.
Salute, RJ.
Headed twice too close to each other. Yep, that's Delta 2057 headed to Indianapolis, former Northwest A320. Yeah, we're back to using the ThinkPad, so I have to go after a different button to push. So, NWA Chuck, he says hi to both of us, Alex.
Hello.
So we, of course,
welcome.
And he's also asking me, when did my dad hire and retire? So I can't give you an exact date for the hire. I do have some things that I could go through and kind of give a ballpark estimate, but unfortunately when he had his massive heart attack and a stroke at the age of 50, there was a period of time that we went through before he was actually officially retired. So I'm not exactly sure when that was, but I can figure it out, because I have what my mom kept.
Delta 2209, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha behind the C series at your tail. Delta 2209, taxi via Alpha. Sorry, via Alpha, is that the C series at Delta 1 right?
Tide Pod
Departure release.
livery departure to
300,
LAX
Sun Country
flight 425.
Next
So
taxi,
yeah,
Alpha, left turn Alpha 2,
NWA Chuck,
Bravo,
one of the
hold
things a
short
lot of people have
Alpha
asked me
1 there.
is if we still have my dad's logbooks. Unfortunately, we do not. Yeah, that would have been a very interesting thing to still have, but everything that we still had when he passed would have been things that my mom would have gone through and decided what she wanted to keep and not keep. So that's kind of what I was left with. So I have what my mom had kept. So I wish there would have been more, but I wasn't a part of that process. Because, yeah, it was a pretty tough part of my life because when everything originally happened, I was only a junior in high school.
5104, turn left at Charlie, contact ground on point 9.
Left turn Charlie, ground point 9, 5104.
And another Tide Pod here is Sun Country 104 from Las Vegas.
I was just gonna guess that.
Wind calm, fly runway heading, runway 30 left. Clear for takeoff. 30 left, clear for takeoff.
So some of the paperwork I do actually have was
5104
some of the letters that we
Charlie
received
1.
from Northwest as it related to everything that happened,
Super Tech 4, you ready to
and
reposition?
you know, condolences and everything like that, as well as when he was
Super Tech 4,
officially
reposition
retired.
signature via Alpha 5, hold
So-
short runway 30 left.
Of course, it was at one point moved down to where we were in Florida, and then when I moved back, it came back with
Super
me.
Tech 4, monitor tower now 126.7. Delta 2114, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 left.
Sun Country 2209 to Orlando.
Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 right. Here, clear to push for runway 30 right. Still on ground.
Traffic there, plus 5. Secretary 1971, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Heading 260, over Sun Country 271, the other.
There's absolutely no breathing room, RJ. Right
Oh,
as one
jeez.
Sun Country departure got airborne, we just had the touchdown at the other end of the runway on 30 left.
Yep, this is 910 from Wilmington. And of course, being Sunday and Tide Pod, today is laundry day.
Turn left at flight, contact ground on point 9.
That's been kind of become my routine.
Certainly a Sun Country Sunday.
Delta 2617, the wind 2903, fly runway heading, runway
Ooh,
30
Mike
left.
taxi.
Start takeoff.
Fly runway heading 30 left, clear to take off Delta at 12617.
That we do. So RJ's going to try and see if we can get a wave here, our first wave of the day.
Hotel 3. Sun Country 910, Minneapolis ground taxi park via Mike Sierra, cross runway 4. Mike Sierra, cross 4, Sun Country.
That's up to Alex. Okay. I can't leave him on.
Tower and Gander, 4913, visual 30 left.
4913, Minneapolis Star, traffic 5 ahead, traffic will hold position, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 30 left.
Well, I didn't see any.
Delta 2617, turn left heading 260 and contact
They were
departure.
taxing a little bit faster,
260
too.
departure, Delta 2617.
Okay. Who's that coming in on short final?
Delta 2753, Minneapolis Star, traffic in RJ 5 mile funnel, runway 30 left, line up away, traffic across downfield.
And that'll be Frontier arriving on runway 30 left.
Start up 5, cross runway 30 left, traffic's on the hold, use whiskey 6.
We might be in for another bike taxi here, RJ.
All right, so yeah, they've come in from Dallas, and the livery on the tail of this aircraft, being an A321, is Spot the Jaguar livery.
Turn left at Mike if you got it, whiskey, it works as well.
So we're going to have a Jaguar on the tail. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, we're going to
They're
overshoot
gonna go,
Mike.
Yeah, they did.
Maybe they'll loop back around.
All right, everybody, say hello to Spot. Spot the Jaguar.
Still 2753, the wind calm, traffic approaching at 2 mile final without delay, flight runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Frontier Flight 3224, Minneapolis, ground taxi to Park via Whiskey Delta, cross runway 4.
Alright, Park via Whiskey Delta, cross runway 4, Frontier 3224.
All right, I'll go get in position again. Getting my workout in.
2732, runway 30, right taxi via Bravo Delta, Papa.
Bravo Delta, above for 30 left.
2732, monitor ground point 8.
No Mike.
Delta 2753, turn left heading 260 on contact, Park, we'll see you.
That's a flying whale, aka 220. Delta 2753 headed to Columbus.
A mini whale.
Yes.
Delta 2612, wait for company, left to right on Delta, then runway 30 left.
So
taxi
Spot
via
the
Charlie
Jaguar,
5,
the mascot on the
Alpha.
tail of the Frontier A321 20712 Foxtrot Romeo, the registration. Coming in from Dallas.
13, turn right at Delta or Charlie, contact ground.
Yeah, they decided not to do a Mike taxi.
It makes a lot of sense, though, just because
66 Minneapolis afternoon, runway 30 left,
more of a-
line up, no traffic on your funnel.
direct path to go across runway 422, make the right-hand turn on taxiway Charlie, and take that into your ramp.
Park via Delta, Papa, give way to Delta 321 coming out of the alley at Charlie 5.
Do we have Air France today?
We do.
Okay. I know we had them yesterday. I watched them fly out, and I went out for a walk last evening.
They're an hour late.
Okay.
And we're kind of lucky that we were able to get them today because of the turmoil that the commercial aviation industry is in right now with the controller strikes going on in France, which has already resulted in a couple cancellations of Air France's service to MSP Airport on Wednesday and on Friday last week when we were on the air. But not today.
Endeavor 4913, monitor ground point 8.
Yeah, I went out for a walk around my community last evening and happened to see something up above, and I opened up, of course, the app on my phone and found out it was them. SkyWest 3966 to Memphis, Embraer 175.
That's 3966, turn left heading 260 on contact, Park, good.
260 over departure, Sky 3966, see you later.
Got a flight to Cincinnati and one to Orlando that are close to the threshold of 30 left for departure. And since nobody's on final approach in the immediate vicinity, it looks like from our visual reference, we're going to get another departure here off 30 left.
So before we get that, Daniel Swanson says, "Hi guys, that 747 go-around yesterday was sweet."
Certainly was.
I heard about it. Didn't actually see it.
Stuck at work.
Yeah, I just hung out at home.
Sun Country 499, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 30 left.
Roger, push for 30 left.
Delta 1846 off to Cincinnati.
Left 260, over departure, Delta 1846, have a good day.
ER.
Also got Delta 2114 making its way to 30 left, outbound to LAX. In front of it, Delta 2209 to Orlando. And still nobody on short final or on final approach that we could tell for runway 30 left. So those departures should just be a straightforward turn and burn or line up and wait and then departure. They want to take their time.
Ooh, we do have somebody getting close to a final. We've got Delta 9 coming in from London Heathrow.
Be with the A330. Is that the 900 NEO today?
Yep.
Yeah.
Delta 2114 Minneapolis.
Yep, they've just turned into final.
Tower Delta 9 Heavy on a 7-mile final for 30 left.
Delta 9 Heavy Minneapolis, start afternoon, wind 360 at 7, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Cleared to land on 30 left, Delta 9 Heavy.
So I'll get this to find out and say sorry, it's just busy. I want to continue to keep people.
So you said on planesbuttons.net, it's like, so you search up the registration.
So you registration search, and then what you do is up at the top here, you see where it says registration, click on it again. And then you got to get by the snippet ads, but once you get by the ads, it'll show you like.
Delta 2114 Minneapolis, start thanks. The wind calm, fly runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Heavy Airbus on a 5-mile final.
Somebody, if it was leased back, things like that. It's super cool.
Oh, so I can see it was operated by Air Europa
Yes.
in October.
Yep. Those are fun little nuggets to kind of take away.
So how long will it be?
We'll wait till Delta 9 gets in.
Okay.
One more departure.
So Delta 9, when is that?
It's right there.
Okay.
On final.
They're less than 5 hours. Okay.
Dave A. Coes, Appleton, Wisconsin, checking in. Love the channel. Thank you so much, Dave. Happy Sunday to you.
Scout 3923 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Also want to give a big shout out to PJ's Aviation. Thank you for tuning in. Also, it's great to chat with him for a little bit. Said hello while we were setting up. And he's getting ready for a big move. He's going to be moving to Long Island, New York. Near the approach path for one of the runways at JFK.
You guys almost ready?
Positive climbing out
Yep.
is Delta 2114 to LAX. That was an A321 NEO. And we've now got 9 on short final. She's well in sight.
Yeah, 2114 off to the City of Angels, Los Angeles, California.
She's literally right over the river, aka the Minnesota.
Sun Country 14.
All right, here's Delta 9 Heavy from London Heathrow.
Tail, then you push approved, runway 30 left.
I'll wait for the company, then push approved. 30 left, that's 1491.
8 hours and 37 minutes from London Heathrow today. Across the pond.
The silent giant has arrived.
Delta 9 Heavy, turn right at Alpha 8, right turn Alpha, contact ground on point enter, good day.
Alpha 8, Alpha point 9, good day, Delta 9.
it's going to be that kind of a day, RJ, where we're going to get these long landing rolls.
That's for sure.
Hold the wind 340 at 9er.
Not quite a full send, but a three-quarter send.
Oscar 50, cash lecture with previous arrival heavy Airbus.
Well, I know when I flew back from Denver back in April, we did a full send on the north side.
Looking at Gulf.
Oh, sweet.
Came in on 12 left.
There you go. There's the back end view of the A330-900neo.
Delta 2612, 5 runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
It's Delta 2612. It's off to the Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. So with an A321, so they got some good load numbers today, it looks like. Because I think typically that flight is with the Airbus A320 and not the larger A321, which we are about to see take off in front of us.
Positive climb. Wheels up.
Delta 2612, turn left heading 260 and contact departure cadet. Left turn, departure, Delta 2612.
All right, let's take a look at Delta 9 again. Delta 9 Heavy is our 330-900 that just arrived from London. And folks, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Happy Sunday. Alex Redding, RJ Bean. Happy to walk you through all of the live plane spotting here today. RJ, it has been non-stop rapid-fire departures and arrivals off runway 30 left and 30 right.
So we've got an update from Brian Bauer. Alaska 508 Seattle to Cincinnati is diverting to Minneapolis.
Copy that. We'll keep an eye on it. Thank you for the heads up.
You're behind Sun Country on the other side. Reference
Oh, we
edict
can
combat
save,
second with 5 minutes
save
on the
Brian
front
for
side
that.
of So we're looking at about 58 wheels up. Sure.
And Amy Tattleston just found your channel. You guys are hot, fun to listen to. Yep.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate that comment.
And thank you for joining us. Happy Sunday to you. Hope your weekend's going fine.
Oh, here's the diversion now. That's it. Yeah, this is Alaska 508. They were originally headed to Cincinnati. So they've had something develop that caused them to come here.
Oscar 5's right turn right at Mike, contact ground point now.
Right turn Mike, over to ground. Oscar 508 clearing at Mike and Delta Echo 1.
Oscar 508 Minneapolis ground taxi via Mike 6 cross runway 4 into the alley and say again the gate.
Echo 1 is what we've got, Mike 6 and cross runway 4 from Oscar 508.
Line up and wait, traffic 7 mile phone.
3923 runway 30 left taxi via.
So there we go. There's our diversion.
Charlie Alpha. Cow 3948 Minneapolis ground fall. The Embraer off of Charlie 24 for runway 30 left taxi via Quebec Charlie Alpha.
Sun Country 499 to Indianapolis. Tide Pod.
left, clear left. Delta 2209er, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Secretary 499, turn left heading 260 and contact departure, we'll see you.
See ya.
Turn 260 over to departure. See you in a little bit.
We've got another Sun Country Tide Pod that's
Yeah, you're a
taxiing
little
for
bit more
departure.
clear
It's
with the last part.
1491 to Columbus. So Tide Pods are everywhere today.
Got 3948.
Must be
anywhere on
laundry
Quebec
day.
there.
Yep. Well, for me it is.
There you go.
Did it when I got up this morning. Done for another week. I can always do it in between if I have to. That's just Sundays has been my day. Delta 2209 to Orlando.
Delta 2209, turn left heading 260 and contact departure, good day.
Good day, Delta
Contact departure. Good day.
Air 5410 Minneapolis afternoon, runway 30 right, clear to land, the wind's calm.
I'm going to get the mic set up here for this one for a bit. I knew it was going to happen at some point.
Scout 4169 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left. We can probably work up the right side if you prefer.
Any news on what Alaska
Secretary 1491
508's issue
Minneapolis,
is?
start runway 30 left, line of way, no traffic on your funnel.
We haven't heard anything. Looks like they've just taxied to a gate.
Scout 3923, and we're going to change the plans at Charlie, hold short runway 30 left, we'll bring you across to the other side.
Charlie, hold short 30 left, Scout 39.
Scout 3923, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 126.7, Scout 39.
Scout 3948, same for you now. Change your instructions at Charlie, hold short runway 30 left, we'll bring you across to the other side. Scout 3948, monitor tower 126.7. Delta 160 heavy, Minneapolis ground push approved for runway 30 left. There were 5063, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec and Charlie, hold short Bravo for now. Southwest 3999, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved for 30 left, Southwest 3999.
Southwest 3999, you can expect a reroute, we'll let you know when it's ready.
Southwest 3999, we'll expect that.
Also, folks, while we have a second, finally we're able to catch a break in the action here. Let's take a look at our notable arrivals. Presented in part by Jet Set Shirts. We're going to do that to open the show.
We got off to an energetic start with our KLM departure with the wheels down.
Sun Country is coming our way, so we're going to grab that here real quick.
461 heavy, push approved for runway 30 left.
9.
Headed to Columbus.
East Coast, 3923 Charlie, cross runway 30 left, down to 30 left. Charlie, cross 30 left, 9 wind, 3920. Yesterday, 48 Minneapolis, Star, 39 Charlie, cross runway 30 left.
1491.
30 left. Secretary 1491, turn left heading 260, contact departure, we'll see you.
See you.
260, switch Spark, Secretary 1491.
All right, let's go ahead and pull up that notable arrival board again.
About 2454 is up, where there's approach 30 left. So the 2454 Minneapolis Tower, traffic's 5 ahead, traffic holds position, runway 30 left, clear to land, the wind 310 at 5. Clear to land 30 left, thanks.
Sorry about that partial interruption, folks. Apparently, YouTube just wanted to disconnect us. Just been having some server issues. It kind of seems like that over the last few days. I don't know if their servers are just overloaded or what it is, but it was a server problem. So our internet's been pretty much immaculate all day. So it happens, you know.
1046, turn left at Mike, remain this frequency and
Yep,
hold short of
sometimes what
runway
we're
30
dealing with
left.
here, it's YouTube that are getting in the way of what we're trying to do.
So Babyman Gaming, one of our members, asks, how is Austin a notable arrival? It's because there is a retro livery aircraft that is on that particular service today. That's why. It's the Colleen Barrett Southwest Canyon Blue retro livery. That was the previous livery or iteration of Southwest Airlines. And they painted a 737 MAX 8 in that wonderful shade of blue, and also that fiery red that complements it.
Runway 30 left, and make the left turn on Delta.
So that's why our flight from Austin is listed as a notable arrival.
30 left via Delta, Charlie 2, Charlie Whiskey, Sun Country 219.
So we got another arrival here on 30 left, RJ.
Just had pulled that one up. Delta 2516 from Philly.
Yeah, 4169, give way to the exiting
Whale
series
alert.
if they make Charlie or Delta.
We're giving way, Skywest 4169. So 2516, turn right on runway 4.
It was a 2-hour and 10-minute flight from Philly today.
30 left, taxi via Alpha, just give way to the heavy Airbus 330, they're going to have to join in front of you.
Wind 040 at 75, runway heading runway 30 left, clear takeoff.
2516 on runway 4, going to Charlie.
Delta 2516 Minneapolis, ground taxi via runway 4 and Papa.
And it looks like we got Sun Country coming our way, RJ.
Delta 1853, you can continue via Alpha to your gate.
This is in the simplified titles livery circa 2017, a year before the famous Tide Pod livery was introduced that we've seen enough of today.
SkyWest 3923 off to Louisville. Whereas a former neighbor of ours used to say Louisville, because that's where they were from.
Yeah, Alpha.
That local accent.
Zero contact departure, SkyWest 3920.
So this Sun Country aircraft that's waiting to cross runway 30 left came in from Burlington, Vermont.
Delta 2454, right turn down to Alpha 8, please. Join Alpha and contact ground point 9.
Alpha, you Alpha ground, we'll see you.
Frequency at 1046 at Mike Cross.
So their former Northwest Red Tail, RJ, another salute.
Oh, it's been done.
Excellent.
Yep, Delta 2454 from DCA Washington National. Former Northwest A320. Oh, we got some free memberships for somebody, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Manga Ming 4567 sent 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships.
All right.
Grab them while they're hot.
Here's our flight from Burlington, Vermont, crossing runway 30 left. Oh, was that a go-around? RJ.
Oh.
Was that a go-around on the north side?
I'll take a look.
Gear 4523, climb maintain 6,000.
I think it was.
Yes. That's American Eagle, or operated by Republic Airways from LaGuardia, Embraer 175LR. So,
Ground push approved for runway 30.
hard to know why, because there was nobody that would have held them up on the runway, because there wasn't anyone. So
something that we couldn't see by the time that they were ascending and maintaining their assigned altitude on the go-around.
So something wasn't right.
Probably a spacing thing, presumably.
Because, there was nobody cleared to roll for takeoff that didn't move in time or anything like that. There was nobody on the north parallel. SkyWest CRJ 900 headed off to Omaha, flight 3948.
Hold position, runway 30 left, clear to land. Got 3948, turn left heading 260 and contact departure, we'll see you.
Sun Country 1046 ground.
Thanks, 46, holding short of Mike 22. Mike 2 is want to confirm we're clear to cross and head to the ramp.
Sun Country 1046 at Mike 2 cross runway 4. Make the right turn on Charlie down to Charlie 1 into the ramp.
Okay, cross runway 4 at Charlie 2 and then a right turn on Charlie into the ramp, Sun Country 1046.
Discover has snuck out on us. She's taxied down to the end of 30 left.
That's right, we got Discover.
Yeah, we're trying to keep up as much as we can today with just the 2 runways being active, so it's been fast and furious.
Endeavor 5063, turn left heading 260 and contact.
So now we want to welcome out of the show Patrick, big fan of MSP Airport Live. Patrick, how you doing today? Welcome on board our show. First time on the broadcast. What's it like from this perspective? Because I know that you've watched our show many times. What's it like being on the other side here, just kind of from behind the scenes in that perspective?
It's very interesting seeing how you do everything.
It can be, especially all the technical things that can happen within the course of a 4 to 6 hour program. So you've been doing some fact-finding for us on some of the aircraft that we've been seeing here today.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So you have some interesting information on a particular aircraft that we may have just seen on our show. Talk about that.
The aircraft that just taxied across the runway, the Sun Country one.
That would be from Burlington.
Yes. In May 2006, it was delivered to Turkish Airlines all the way until June 2018, where it was eventually delivered to Sun Country.
Hey, we've got a...
That's very cool. Thanks for sharing that. Taking a step down on my ladder here just to get some water and everything. Just left it on the wide angle view for you to see those arrivals since I'm not directly on the camera.
So when that particular aircraft, when it came from Boeing, it went to Turkish.
Delta 2288 Minneapolis ground, taxi via
quite a few ex-Turkish 737-800s in Sun Country's fleet. Also, a lot of ex-Fly Dubai aircraft as well. And in fact, in those aircraft, you have to really look. But you can see some Arabic writing in there.
Really?
Yeah, exactly.
Where? How?
I think it's toward the exits, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, there are little hints on these Sun Country airplanes of their past lives that is just super cool. I thought I would point that out. Also want to say a big thank you to Baby Man Gaming for sending 5 MSP Airport Live memberships.
Sun Country 1913, runway 30 right, make left turn, Charlie 2 Charlie, hold short, runway 30 left.
So Baby Man Gaming, thank you so much for sending those MSP Airport Live memberships for 5 lucky viewers to have access to our member perks today. With those special fun emojis. You also get a priority shout out from us if we see you. Here goes Sun Country again.
Headed out to Cincinnati, flight 219.
5560, have you reduced the funnel? Wind 050 days.
Hey Alex, here comes 153 from Charles de Gaulle.
Sun Country
Short final.
657 Minneapolis ground, runway 3.
Salute ready.
For runway 30 left.
Holy cow, they are late.
Yep, A330, former Northwest Red Tail.
Good 5560, heavy traffic will not hold position. Delta 2521 Minneapolis, runway 30 right, clear to land, the wind 050 days.
Delta 152 heavy Minneapolis ground, I'll be right back with you. You can expect 30 left, so just wait for 1 to pass your tail and then I'll be back with you.
Delta 152 heavy.
Well, they almost came to a complete stop on the runway before starting to turn off here on taxiway Alpha.
The 2521 runway 30 right, clear to land.
This aircraft is over 3 hours late, was scheduled to arrive at 1:05 p.m. Central this afternoon,
153 heavy Minneapolis
and just touched down here at 4:18 p.m. At least it's better than a canceled flight with the situation going on in Paris right now with the controller strikes and all the instability with operations.
Yeah, because, you know, during my abbreviated shift at the History Center on Thursday, we had somebody come in and pay us a visit who, if I remember everything correctly, he is a FedEx first officer, pretty high up in seniority.
Oh, wow.
And I do believe he mentioned to us that his wife was supposed to be coming back that day and was canceled because of what's been going on over there.
Back-to-back heavy arrivals. We got an A300 that's about to touch down.
Ooh, this was from UPS. Flight 5560 from Louisville. So I can go for another wave attempt.
Assuming they turn off on Mike.
Right. In fact, and as I was chatting with our first officer, I told him about us here at MSP Airport Live and what I've started to try to do to get the waves. He says when he sees people do it, he always waves back.
1813 monitor 126.7.
Whiskey 8 if you got it. That's a whiskey.
He doesn't fly, or, you know, he's not based out of here.
Whiskey Mike Tango to Park 100.9.
But we'll, you know, see what happens. Maybe he'll spread the word.
Whiskey Mike Tango to the ramp, RJ. So we're going to get a Mike taxi here. They're going to make the left-hand turn off on taxiway Whiskey. And then they're going to make the right-hand turn onto taxiway Mike. And then they'll make another right onto Tango, and they'll take that to the ramp.
Ocean 461, the wind variable at 6, 5 on heading runway 30 left, clear takeoff.
And Discover cleared for departure off to Frankfurt, Germany as our A300 now joins taxiway whiskey.
All right, I'm going to go for the wave.
Head runway 30 left, clear to land, the wind variable at 6. Make the right turn of whiskey down to 30 left.
Yeah, should we expect 30 left now?
1913, affirmative. Make the right turn, whiskey taxi, runway 30 left.
Alright, whiskey for 30 left now.
And here comes Discover off to Frankfurt with the A330-300.
Northbound, got the key partial shift.
Thanks for the update. Have a good day.
Wow, that was the best one! Woo.
I think that was a double wave. If my eyes are not deceiving me. Wow, that was cool. Thank you, UPS.
4523, turn left at Charlie, in contact ground on Point Niner. And while I got you, what was the reason for the go, just for our log? Imagine unstable approach.
Best wave ever so far. That makes my day.
Landing clearance for Delta 2524.
2524, runway 30 left, clear to land, wind 050 at 6.
Thanks, Delta 2524.
Delta 2271, turn right at Alpha 8, join Alpha, contact Point Niner.
Score, UPS 3, FedEx 2. Updated.
UPS is taking the lead with our wave counter. That's another thing I have to prepare for future shows.
Delta 2271 with you on Alpha for Fox 8.
Delta 2271, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Taxi via Alpha, cross 4, Delta 2271.
I'm not going to pull that comment up on stream, but Baby Man Gaming, all right, let's... You guys are having fun in the chats. That's great to see. Yeah, I hope you're having fun with us. Welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport on this spectacular Sunday. For live plane spotting, RJ, that's the salute.
2524, thanks.
Former Northwest Airbus A320.
Came in from Myrtle Beach.
Delta 160 Heavy, ready for taxi.
Delta 2524.
Regular 4523, and you're stepped down a little bit there, but you say you were left high and fast, essentially.
So I believe I heard on frequency earlier with that American Eagle Embraer that went around on the north side, I believe that they were saying that they were not stabilized on the approach, and so they had to go around. So you have to be stabilized when you're at minimums in order to land. If you're not stabilized, you got to go around for safety.
This is your left via Alpha Delta 152 Heavy.
All right, I think we got our A350 to AMS departing off 30 left now. And that we do. It's a heavy party here at MSP Airport here at the 4 o'clock hour.
360 northbound, contact departure. Good. Delta 160 heavy heading 360, contact departure.
60, switch departure Delta 160.
All right, so Tony Nelson says, where are you located at the airport? Question mark, off Highway 77. So we are at the viewing area at the end of Cargo Road. So we, as we stand, have the cargo facilities for FedEx and UPS directly behind us.
Well, we have a second. I'll go ahead and swing the camera around to our left. Pop the wide-angle view on. So that big building behind us,
4169, the wind 040.
that's the FedEx
21, runway heading
cargo
runway
terminal
30
here at
left.
MSP Airport.
13,
And here's the viewing
30
area.
left, line of flight.
Quite a few people out here despite the warmer 82-degree weather today.
So if you're looking to find us, best way to get to us is to somehow get to Longfellow Avenue, which parallels Highway 77 going north-south. Make the turn on Cargo Road and take it all the way to where it dead ends.
Now, the Metropolitan Airports Commission... Oh, we got the Oshkosh 4x4 fire truck. Those are brand new for MSP Airport Fire Rescue.
Well, that was quick.
Too quick.
Secretary 1913, fly runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
30 left, clear takeoff, 59.
Secretary 657, Minneapolis, runway 30 left,
It's Endeavor 4169 to Chicago Midway, Embraer 175.
260.
Left, heading 260, so this 4169.
But yeah, we're here live, obviously, if you're able to make your way over.
Got another departure off to Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's Sun Country with a 737-800.
Tide Pod. And if you have any questions about trying to find us, enter that into Google Maps. It'll take you right to us.
Right turn 360, Sun Country 19.
And we got another Sun Country departure on the roll now to Denver, Colorado.
Guys 4169, contact departure on the 260 heading, we'll see it.
Alright, okay, departure, guys, 4169. Sun Country 107, Minneapolis ground, move running 30 left. Splitting up some new numbers here. We'll get back to it if we get back.
Make turbulence for 930 left, clear to land.
Tony, you're welcome. I have to get there. I'll look on Google. The sky view really enjoy this. Yeah, I always like to use the satellite view when I use Google Maps because then you can really see everything that's there.
Oh, 100%. I'm the same way.
And I'm one to you know, if I'm going to go somewhere, to plan my route.
260.
And I do use it
Left turn 260, Secretary 657.
Delta 2349,
to avoid, you know, missing any turns that I need to make where I'm going, especially if I'm not familiar with where I'm going. And I used Google Maps the whole way when I drove up when I moved back up here from Florida.
The wind 040 at 9.
All right, RJ, we got another salute inbound ex-northwest A319.
Airshow 6046 is visual to 30 left.
From New York, from Newark, former Northwest A319.
30 left for the land, Airshow 6046.
Delta 2895, right turn Mike, contact ground point 9.
Right turn Mike,
It's the minibus.
Secretary 657, contact departure, we'll see it. One departure, see ya, 57. Delta 413, reduce the final, please. Oh, no, 413. 30 left for Fox 16.
Delta 2890, contact via Alpha and Delta cross runway 4.
Alpha Delta, cross runway 4, Fox 16 for Delta.
Short final about to touch down on runway 30 left is United 732 from Denver.
Delta 152 heavy.
And then Alex, just so you know that down there, next departure from here is going to be 152 to Charles de Gaulle.
732, turn right at runway 4, please. Runway 4.
It looks like they've been cleared to turn onto the runway.
So runway 4, taxi towards the gate, contact point 9 as you go. Runway 4, taxi towards the gate, and we'll contact point 9 as we go, United 732.
And our Charles de Gaulle departure is going to be an A330-300, former Northwest Red Tails, so salute coming. Be ready.
152 heavy, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, not away please, traffic's approaching in 2-mile funnel.
Left, not away, clear for takeoff, Delta 152 heavy.
United 732 is on runway 4, taxi towards the gate, FS7. United 732 is contacted via runway 4 and Charlie 6. Runway 4, Charlie 6, United 732. Sun Country 10.
All right, here we go. Here's Delta 152 heavy off to Paris with the A330-300.
Whiskey. 30 left, Sierra Charlie Whiskey 631.
Here's our salute. Ex-Northwest equipment on the way.
You know what I'm doing.
Delta.
Roll to rotate salute.
2 if you got it. Contact ground on point hunter. 2620 down ground, looking through running radio, right? Taxi via runway 22, Hotel and Alpha at Charlie 60 Way United.
And as they're now climbing out, we've got our next arrival already from LAX, Delta 413. A321 has touched down. Pretty close spacing today.
Delta 413, turn
And this is a Neo.
Please contact ground on point hunter. Only 4 on point 9. Delta 2349, join Alpha behind the exited at 321. Runway 4 for Charlie 6. Delta 4, the news contact via Alpha, Delta, and Papa. Alpha, Delta, Papa.
And we should have a departure coming at us any moment, which is going to be SkyWest 3816, CRJ 900 LR. About to rock and roll off of 30 left.
There's our flight to Paris. Ascending into the wild blue yonder above Minnesota and the Twin Cities. Super cool.
413 is turn the corner.
Let's go get our SkyWest departure off to Sioux Falls.
Ground L 2349.
And over the river and about to touch down behind them on the 30 left is Mesa Airlines, United Express from Houston, Embraer 175 LR. So basically the timing is as such as we share a departing flight that's has rotated and has started to climb out, achieved their positive climb and wheels up. We've got an arrival coming in, literally crossing the river for touchdown.
6246, turn right at Delta behind 3 and then contact ground point 9.
Right on Delta, behind Delta, and can you repeat the last part?
Airshow 6246, contact ground point 9.
Top of that ground point 9, Airshow 6246. Airshow 6246 is on, taxi via Delta. And taxi via Delta, Airshow 6246.
Boy, we really have some excellent skies. Partly cloudy here in the Twin Cities.
Sun Country 295.
Temperature right now at 84 degrees Fahrenheit. I think that's our high for today, RJ.
Sounds about right. It's not supposed to be anywhere near as warm today as it was on Friday. I know that for sure. And yeah, I'm feeling the breeze out here, as you and John were talking about when I was moderating from home on Friday.
If it wasn't for that fresh, stiff breeze, we would have not been here at all.
Runway 30 left, clear to land. Skywest 4236, Minneapolis runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Yeah, that was another reason too. I just kind of decided I wanted to stay home on Friday.
Well, you had just run a 5K, so you need the rest, especially after those.
Well, I was fine. After having already been out and doing that, I just decided I didn't want to be out anymore.
Follow the scale 30 right via Papa, Delta 2620. Delta 2620, they wait for you, proceed via Papa.
Yeah.
So we also want to welcome our spotting friend Patrick back on the program. So Patrick, you were up in Duluth yesterday.
Yes, I was.
For day one of the Duluth Air Show. How was that? Did you get to see the Blue Angels and everything?
It was amazing. It was very loud. The F-22 was very loud. And the Blue Angels are just out of this world. They're so good.
Was Fat Albert in attendance with the Blue Angels?
Yes, they were.
All right, there you go. That's the rocket-propelled C-130 Hercules. Yeah, that's my favorite part of the Blue Angels demonstrations. What were some of the other aerial demonstrations that stuck out to you from Duluth yesterday? What was like kind of a runner-up to that Blue Angels demo?
The F-22 and F-35 were both very cool, very loud, and just like the maneuvers they do are crazy. The vapor cone from the F-35s going pretty much the speed of sound. Very loud, very cool. It's just amazing.
Yeah, they do that every day at Oshkosh. So when I went to 2023, I know exactly the feeling as you've described it, and just the absolute joy, the thrill, the sensation that you get from watching the F-22 Raptor and even the F-35 Lightning II rip around and do these aerial demos. But here's the crazy thing. It's not all the maneuvers they can do. They have to keep some under wraps because those aircraft are so advanced that they can't even demonstrate certain aerial maneuvers because it would provide the enemy with a tactical advantage. Like, that's how sophisticated and that's how advanced these aircraft are, and it's just incredible. Especially with the B-21 Raiders that are coming out. It's the replacement for the B-2 Spirit bombers. B-2 Spirit, $2 billion in change per unit.
Oh, chunk of change.
Yeah, just a small drop in the bucket.
Yep, pennies. Fill my piggy bank. I'll want to
That would be one of the coolest flyovers, though, to see is a B-2 Spirit, especially at Oshkosh. And, you know, we're getting very close to AirVenture across the border in Wisconsin, the world's largest air show, Oshkosh. Then, of course, the Duluth Air Show. This is the biggest in the state every year. Also held during the summertime.
Yeah, I've gone to this is the third year I've gone to the Duluth Air Show now.
So when did you start going to the Duluth Air Show? And when you first arrived in Duluth for that air show, day one, what was your first impression?
It was awesome. So, and I started going over there in 2023, was also there for 2024 and this year as well. 2024 had the Thunderbirds, very amazing performance. And there's a lot of other like stunt pilots in the biplanes doing crazy stuff, like Skip Stewart, who would like take off like pretty much at a 90-degree bank angle.
Going vertical.
Sun Country 107 off to Las Vegas. With a 737-800.
Ready to go yet, but just trying to plan ahead here. We're going to need a solid new truck again to take us out of here. Affirmative, just the whiskey. Let me know when you plan to go. We'll get working on that for you. Okay, you need a 10 or 15 minute heads up. 10 would be plenty. Okay, give you a call, and then we go right to you, or do you still need a call?
Also, out of the years that you've been to the Duluth Air Show, which one has been the most memorable? This year? One of the previous two?
I would say this year and 2023 were the most memorable. Probably because the Blue Angels and the stunt pilots.
That's a very good point. It's a very good reason. Which aerial performer did you like out of the classic jets that were on the ticket?
What do you mean?
Like Randy Ball's MiG-17.
Oh, that was a good one. I think my favorite has to be the MiG-15 and then like F-22.
Nice. Have you seen the MiG-29 Fulcrum from Polaris Squadron?
Not flying, but I think I might have seen it at a museum or something.
The F-20 or the well, I'll tell you what. The Fulcrum is such a cool late Cold War Soviet aircraft. And I got the privilege to see it rip around, do some aerial demos at Oshkosh, and I think one of the days that I was there, this is back in 2023, when Logan Justice and I, we made the trek out to Oshkosh. I spent part of the week out there. He spent the whole week out there. So on one of the days that the Big 29 Fulcrum was doing aerial demos, they were carrying an illegal rider. So when AirVenture staff, when that illegal rider was caught, you can't be riding aboard that aircraft. Only people who are certified. You got to go back and get off the plane. And I have the images, too. I took some pictures of that aircraft with the illegal rider in the back jump seat.
30 left, clear to land, traffic hold in position. 30 left, clear to land, Scout 3606.
How'd they get in?
Probably had connections to somebody at Polaris Squadron, maybe one of their buddies, which, you know, it doesn't surprise me that that would happen in the first place.
Someone's watching from Mexico City.
Oh, nice. Welcome to Minnesota. Happy Sunday to you.
1887, turn right at Charlie, contact ground point 9, see ya. Charlie point 9, see ya, Delta 1887.
We got the A220-300.
Have
you flown on an A220 before?
I flew on the A220-100, and they actually have a window in the bathroom, which is quite unique.
They do. So where in the plane did you sit? Did you sit in first? Did you sit in Comfort Plus? Main cabin?
Main cabin.
Main cabin. It's actually, I think, the best main cabin experience you can get with Delta Mainline on their narrow body jets.
I went in the cockpit. They control like the MCDU and stuff with like a mouse.
They do, and it's kind of into that center console as well. I think the 350 also has that feature. Yep. 787's cockpit also sports that as well. Of course, if it's a Boeing, it's an FMC.
Oh, we got a private jet taking off.
Delta Whiskey 3017 November Southwest 39. Ground Delta 1887, they've switched us to D2 Delta 2. Delta 1887, turn right on Quebec to the gate. Correct.
So what's your favorite biz jet now that we just saw one?
Probably the Learjets.
The Learjet. It's a really interesting choice. For me, it's the Gulfstream, the bigger Gulfstreams.
Yeah, those are also good. I also like the Dassault Falcons with like the 7X and 8X with like the 3 engines.
There you go. Yep, that's my second favorite is the Dassault Falcon, the tri-jet version of that.
Yes.
So, fun fact, and we rarely catch him, it seems, anymore, but one of our co-hosts, Captain Paul, have you listened to Captain Paul before? Have you watched Captain Paul at our shows?
No.
He is actually type rated for the Dassault Falcon, so he actually has experience flying those jets. He loves them. Yeah.
All right, will you ever do a zoom in on the fire training Mad Dog over there?
You know what? Since it doesn't look like we have anybody coming right now at the moment, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
2463, this is your final approach. Be traffic to hold the position.
All right, we're slowing down 2463.
Yeah, that particular aircraft used to be a common occurrence here at MSP Airport. Northwest had a huge fleet of DC-9s. Delta even ran them for a while past the merger before they went out of style, and for reasons of fuel consumption. They were gas guzzlers.
Package 295 Minneapolis Tower, wind 0108, 130 left, line up and wait, traffic 4 mile final.
When I first came here, when I didn't know that much about planes, I was like, is that a 717? And I wasn't really far off.
Takes a little bit, but yeah, can be confusing to the naked eye sometimes. I've mistook 757s for heavies many times because their engines are so huge. Even though the 757 is not a wide-body airplane.
What's the better pencil, in your opinion, the 757-300 or the A340-600?
That's a good question. That's difficult. I would have to
I put
say...
you on the spot. That he got you on that one.
He did. Kudos to you. That's a great question. You know what? I'm going to have to say the 757-300.
For me, the A340, I mean, I guess it's more of the 300 that has the hairdryer engines.
3606, join Alpha, contact down 0.9. See ya.
That was just such a confusing choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, those aircraft were built for range, marathon sprinting. But the A340s, the Dash 300s, were and are severely underpowered.
Oh, yeah, they are.
They're climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing. It takes them quite a bit to reach their cruising altitude.
Don't they have the same engines as the A320?
Those particular engines, I believe so, yeah.
We have a former Red Tail on short final coming in from Charleston, Delta 2463, a former Northwest A320.
Sun Country 295, wind 3508, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic 7 mile final.
Someone in the chat said the citation longitude is pretty amazing.
Delta 2262 contact
Yeah,
via
it
Mike,
really is.
Hotel Alpha, cross runway 22. And at Delta,
It is a beautiful
give way to
aircraft.
Embraer.
Have you caught any on that game called Sky Cards? It's a flight radar game.
Have I?
Yes.
I think I have most of the
Runway 30
citations.
right, taxi via Bravo, Delta, Papa.
Gerald!
30 right, Bravo, Delta Papa, Delta 1555.
Hi, Gerald.
Right as we exited there on the mic from 30 right, looks like there's some pieces of rubber, black little circular things there. I don't know.
We'll send somebody else, thank you. And Delta 22 at Charlie, give way to a Delta bus.
Yeah, there's Gerald.
Oop, back up on his back legs.
What is your gate?
Yes, I do have the
Nope.
citation.
See ya. Bye, Gerald.
Delta 2463, very good.
That's the unofficial mascot of MSP Live. Is Gerald the gopher?
At Charlie 5, give way to a 320.
Cute little guy.
And we've also got rabbits out here, too. Got a lot of bunny rabbits hopping around here. You think this would be a nature preserve.
Push approved.
The airport.
At least they're not on the middle of the runway.
Yeah. It's not a place that people would typically expect with the airport. There can be an abundance of wildlife, even in a place such as this.
Sun Country 295 to Portland. And Zachary says, MSP Airport was my first airport I ever spotted at when Northwest, AirTran, and Sun Country dominated. I used to call MSP the Red Airport because of all the red tails.
Contact departure, see you.
Going to departure, second 29, that's it.
Someone in the chat likes Gerald.
That's good. We like Gerald too.
I mean, who doesn't?
That is very true.
Our mascot.
What do we call the rabbits? I don't know. George?
Bugs.
Oh my god.
Bunny. Not.
What about the birds that like land on the fence and stuff?
Yeah, we got to start coming up with some more names for some of our
Wildlife.
furry and feathered friends.
Were you here for the Illinois 1 landing here a few days ago?
Don't believe that I was. Although I have seen that aircraft before. It is pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw it. I was on a boat in the river, and it flew right over us.
Oh, that's super cool.
As well as the Air France one, the 787.
Nice. All right, so while we have a moment here, we're going to go ahead and give you guys a visual as to the traffic pattern that we're watching here at MSP Airports.
American 24 contact VFR.
So on this on-screen diagram, so the 30s are active, both parallels are in use. The north-south runway on the west side of the field at runway 1735 is closed, along with runway 422.
Mega Dog.
Thank you, RJ, for the heads up on that, because we have our UPS MD-11 coming in from Louisville here, and just a Jeff.
Yeah, that's not what we can see at the moment, but they're currently turning into final. So it's going to be UPS 568, as we call the Mega Dog, the MD-11.
Do you think they're going to overshoot taxiway Mike?
We shall see.
They better not. We got to get that wave.
Flight 3223 was contacted via Delta.
Oh, look at that key lime air.
All right, Delta Whiskey to 30 left, Frontier 3223.
3999 may up to runway 30 left, line of void.
I'm surprised they still haven't painted that yet.
Ground push approved, runway 30 left. 30 left, push approved, United 2272. Flight deck ramp, brace release, start to push. That's on ground, sir. Sorry.
Sorry. For what?
Roll down to Charlie, left turn at Charlie, and then contact ground 0.9.
Left turn Charlie, then ground, Southwest 4117.
Well, our southwest arrival is from Denver. Flight 4117.
Ground Southwest 4117 on Charlie.
And then our next arrival
Southwest 4117 is contacted via Charlie Tango.
will be the Mega
Charlie,
Dog.
thanks. Southwest 4117.
We might get a southwest departure ahead of them.
Someone asked what the biggest aircraft you've seen at MSP is.
The Antonov 124, that was back in March.
Yep, I remember that. I was at Fort Snelling, so it flew right over my head.
Oh my goodness.
Were you at the top of the hill?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's just about the ultimate Antonov experience right there. That you got to experience that. You are lucky.
And then right after it lands, like 15 seconds later, a massive wind burst just hits.
It was not too bad that day, because I know that it was very cold throughout most of February, and then we had kind of a thaw throughout March.
Yeah, I remember when you posted the thumbnail for that stream and you included a picture of it, and I said, really? And I said, you better get out there. So
You're not the only person that thought that, though.
I was out here that day to, I think, kind of join in and help with the stream, and that's when we had the big pile of snow behind us.
We did. There were so many people that were standing on it when it came in.
Yeah, I was standing on a pile of snow as the flew over.
Yep, there's the Southwest departure to Denver, 39.99.
The Mega Dog's on a little short final, it looks like.
Yep, coming over the river, literally.
Southwest 39.99, turn left heading 260 and contact departure. Have a good one.
Left turn 260 and departure Southwest 39.99. Full.
And we'll see if our pilots got the memo
Delta 1476.
to give us a wave if we get a night taxi.
Push approved for Fox 6 for Delta 147630.
No aircraft information officers on current altimeter 2996.
Okay.
I love the sound of that reverse thrust.
Sun Country 1815.
Me too.
Push approved, runway 30 right.
Push approved.
Here we go.
Any chance to get 30 left, Sun Country 1815.
On Mike she goes, the MD-11 making the left-hand turn. And we'll taxi right by us. It'll be 300 feet away.
Looks like they're too focused on taxiing.
RJ says no.
They had a shade down in the window behind the FO.
Well, that probably explains why, because RJ just mentioned that they had the shade down.
Runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, traffic 7 mile final. Left, 0, clear for takeoff 30 left.
Yeah, it was they were going by the window on the FO side directly behind where he sits. Looked like there was a shade that was pulled down, so I don't know if that would have interfered with them being able to see me or not, but hey, they're doing their job. They're making sure they get that Mega Dog safely over to where they're going to park behind us.
1-2, time now 59.
Looks like there's an A330-300 from Amsterdam arriving in about 5 minutes.
Time now 59.5.
165.
2072 on a 30 left, taxi via Quebec.
All right.
Charlie, Alpha.
Copy, not quite ready yet, but that's going off.
970, roger. Hold the taxi and let me know when you're ready.
Welcome.
Aviation by the mile, thank you so much for the 199 super chat. Can you go live on August 5th? Well, we'll see, but can't guarantee anything necessarily because I know that the week afterwards I will be out of town. I'll be on that A350.
August 5th is a Tuesday.
Wind 320
Probably not, unfortunately, but
was our Frontier A321 with Spot the Jaguar on the tail. They're headed to Dallas.
Bravo, Delta Papa to 30.
689 visual 30 left.
Frontier Flight 3223, turn left, heading 260, contact departure.
260, departure, Frontier 32, direct 29.
Skywest 3689, Minneapolis Tower, wind 3205, gust 20, runway 30 left, cleared away.
30 left, clear to land, Sky 3689, say the wind one more time.
Wind 320 at 5, gust 20.
Aviation by the mile, $2 super chat. The 5th is when they come in on an A350 here.
Oh, wow. So will that be from Detroit, or will that be from Seoul or Amsterdam? Okay.
They said Detroit.
All right, awesome. Why leave for Detroit on the 350?
Visual 30 left.
Delta 2936, turn right on Mike and contact ground point 9. Have a good one.
Return on Mike, ground point 9, have a good one, Delta 2936.
Delta 165 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 3506, runway 30 left, clear to land.
There they are.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 165 heavy.
That was 4266, runway 30 right.
Yep, 165 is now on final. There will be one arrival ahead of them. So they are number 2 for arrival.
We're going to Charlie 5, Delta 2936. Delta 2936, very good taxi via Mike.
We have
Bravo,
no departures
Delta,
at the moment that are
Mike Bravo,
sitting down there at the end of 30 left for departures. So our arrivals are all clear for landing.
Excellent. This is an arrival from Salt Lake City.
So our next arrival is going to be coming in from Wichita, SkyWest 3689. It'll be an Embraer 175 LR, and then our Amsterdam arrival will be behind them, and we should at almost any moment. Oh, yep, they just popped out, so now we can see 165 Heavy as well.
Delta 2936, the instructions turn left on Charlie, and then Charlie pops to the gate.
So basically, I said that by meaning they're close enough to us now that we can see them.
Yep.
Sun Country 473, Minneapolis ground.
So here's SkyWest coming in for the arrival.
That's a quick clearance from Sun Country 473, 30 left.
Yeah, we got a prime Mike taxi going by.
We're gonna get a photo bomb here in just a minute.
Yeah, a lot happening here all at the same time.
Runway 4 and at Delta, give way to Sun Country.
It's kind of like what I've shared in past streams about what happens during the air show down at Sun and Fun with the prime air facilities there at the Lakeland Airport. So sometimes they have to pause the air show in order to bring in an arrival or send out a departure.
Someone in the chat's asking if you will be able to go live on Saturday around 12:30 because they're flying into MSP around that time.
So Saturdays is a day that we will rarely, if not ever, do. So it does not look like that is on the schedule, unfortunately. But we will be going live on Sunday if the weather and everything else holds.
So like a week from today?
Yep.
Southwest 2637, Tower. 37 over Narco. Southwest 2637, Minneapolis Tower, wind 340 at 7, runway 30 left, clear to land, caution, wake temperature 5 miles and trail of a heavy Airbus 330.
Clear to land on 30 left, Southwest 26.
All right, here's 165 Heavy from AMS with the A330.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. To MSP we go. That's better. We all know that little song as a kid growing up when we're doing a little road trip to Grandma and Grandpa's house. So for those that are on board Flight 165 today that have just touched down from Amsterdam Schiphol, it was an 8-hour and 38-minute flight. Transatlantic westbound.
Delta 16550, turn
Gotta
right
love
Alpha
the
8, join
A330s.
Alpha, contact ground, point 9, have a good one.
Alpha 8, Alpha point 9, Delta 165. Yes. Ground Delta 165 Heavy, turning on Alpha 8 and Alpha for call.
Well, I fortunately have been on some of them. They rock.
I've sadly never been on a wide body
Delta
yet.
165.
Oh, you'll get there.
Oh yeah.
You'll get there.
2272, copy.
And it's a little bit of a funny story. Just kind of, it was a little bit of a joke between my mom and I when we were flying transatlantic out of Atlanta. And that time, because of where we were living, that was our best option. And of course, there's like 3 flights a day nonstop between Atlanta and Amsterdam, as well as there is from here at this time of the year. So we would be sitting there at the gate in Atlanta, in Hartsfield. And I'd kind of jokingly have to keep an eye on my mom because, in case she might want to get up and try to get out there on the tarmac and start scraping paint off the tail because she wanted to see that red underneath. All in good fun.
Probably be more productive to start work on a time machine.
473, running 30 left, taxi Delta Whiskey. 30 left, taxi Delta.
Yeah, I know a few streams back I brought out some things to share. One of them was one of my mom's half-wing pins to share with you. And I'll tell you, Alex, when I found them after my mom passed, I had a massive meltdown. I had no idea that she still had them. So that's one of the things that I have from my mom's time when she flew.
Well, it's really, when someone passes, it's extra hard going through all of their belongings.
Oh, that's for sure, because that's what I had to do.
I had to do that with my grandfather that passed away recently on my mom's side of the family, so that's why I'm headed to Michigan in August. It's not necessarily for a fun reason. It's for a memorial service.
Sorry about that.
Delta Alpha.
So yeah, unboxing a lot of that stuff can certainly bring back a lot of grief and pain, so I feel you, RJ. That's always difficult.
Yeah,
but it has to be done, though.
It wasn't easy.
But I think also it's cool that those things were kept and left behind as a reminder or as a keepsake. So you're taking a piece of your mom with you everywhere.
Turn right at Charlie, otherwise runway 4 and contact ground point 9.
This is Delta 2825 from Atlanta on a 73-9ER. Flight time 2 hours.
4906, continue.
Yeah, there's some things that I have from both, my mom's time and my dad's as well that I'll never part with. Some people think none of some of these things, it doesn't mean them as much to them, but to me it does.
Charlie 6, give way to 2 Deltas, then continue via Charlie and Papa.
Alright, I try to fix it, but it's 2 Delta 6 Charlie.
My grandfather apparently flew a lot of 747s.
Delta 27 and Delta 91.
Oh wow, was he a pilot?
No,
Alright,
but
copy.
he flew over in them a lot, and he actually missed his flight, and it ended up being in the 1960s mid-air collision over New York.
Oh my goodness. Talk about a stroke of luck.
Okay, what's 3520? Let's contact via Papa.
United 2272 to Denver, 73 Max.
3032, Minneapolis Star 10306, 130 left, line of way, traffic 4 mile final, don't plan on stopping.
And as they barely rotate and head out from MSP, we have
2272, turn left heading
my phone
260,
just
contact
froze.
departure sale.
Come on.
I thought your phone was overheating.
No. This is
If anything overheats, it's probably us.
yeah. This is Delta 2226 from Fort Myers. 7390ER, yes. You know, of course, we all know as we zoom in and out on our screens with our fingers, and if you touch just the wrong thing, or sometimes it just doesn't want to respond.
Or if you slightly mistap or clean on flight radar, it just makes you have an ad.
4821 Minneapolis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that too, because...
Oh, I felt that pain before.
Yeah, and because I'll tell you, you know, I still don't use a paid version of Flight Radar. I need to give in and you know, get going with one of them, because to be out here to help out with this, then I don't have to deal with the ads. And now that you have to, if you want to get involved in having that, it's done as a yearly subscription instead of monthly. I have an easier time of wanting to do it that way because of the cost.
We have our Smurf jet departure. This is our Sun Country Prime Air 737, departing 30 left.
Ground Secretary 3033, taxi option.
Headed to Cincinnati. WKRP.
Lima, November, Sierra, Mike, cross runway 7, hold short runway 4, Sun Country 3033.
Sun Country 3033, on November, cross runway 17, runway 35.
Oh, we got a salute coming in, Alex.
We got another Cincinnati flight land.
Yes, this is Delta 3113, A320, former Red Tail.
On November, cross runway 17,
How are you liking your salute button, RJ?
Mine.
Okay.
Charlie and Bravo cross runway 4. Charlie, Bravo cross runway 4, don't want to go.
That's okay. You can have it. You can have it. That's why it's there.
It's your laptop. I get that.
1263 Minneapolis Star, wind 0506, runway 30 left, clear land, traffic hold in position. 20 left, clear land.
So, you're wondering if you're brand new here, what in the world are we doing these red tail salutes? What is this?
Delta 3113.
We are saluting the former Northwest Airlines aircraft that we see in and out of here all the time at MSP, like this Airbus A320, because MSP Airport, this used to be home base for Northwest Airlines, and at one time, one of the biggest in the world.
I have to say it, red tails forever.
Red tails for life.
There you go.
Sun Country 473 Minneapolis Tower, wind 06, runway 30 left, line of way, traffic 4 mile final, be ready to go. 30 left, line of way, ready.
Denver 492 is contacted via Papa.
I have a photo in my model airport of a Northwest 747.
4906, turn right.
Dash 1 or 2 or 400.
I forget. I think it's a 400.
So it has the extended upper deck.
Yes.
Okay.
And I also have a 757-200 photo as well.
That's very cool.
So my dad flew back during the times of the Dash 1 and 200s.
2 mile final.
The 200's probably my favorite variant.
Oh, interesting.
I like the older aircraft.
You also have a shirt that has a Lockheed L-1011 on it as
Yes,
well,
I do.
if there's any dead giveaways.
And it says, warning, I may spontaneously talk about airplanes.
I need one of those shirts too.
You can get them off Amazon.
I think our sponsor Jet Set shirts also might have one of those.
Here's a Sun Country departure to Anchorage. Tide Pod. Everybody else do their laundry today too, Dubai, besides me.
Turn right, heading 340, and contact departure. Have a good one. Right 340, contact departure, 3473.
Okay, what's 3831, next ground, taxi via Papa. Via Papa, 3831. Brickyard 4523 on the ground behind the CRJ, your tail, runway 30 left. Correct, runway 30 right, approach to the roof.
Delta 1862 Minneapolis Tower, wind 0205, runway 30 left, clear to land. 1862 in traffic will hold in position.
Under 4821 on Delta, 1 out, please.
Endeavor 4821 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta, Charlie 5, Charlie, and Papa.
Delta, Charlie 5, Charlie.
Delta 1286, amend the instructions, continue via Quebec, runway 22, and Alpha
Anders
2,
says,
runway
hello,
30
greetings from Stockholm, Sweden. Well, greetings from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. Thanks for tuning in. Also, a happy Sunday to you.
Delta 1020, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left, Alpha, Delta 1028.
Bill also saying, hello, what's up?
4821 at Quebec,
Happy
give way
Sunday.
to D717.
Zachary, thank you so much for the subscription. Much appreciated. Welcome aboard.
508 Minneapolis Tower, wind variable at 6, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic 6 mile final.
And Jonas says, hello, friends. Good evening from Franco del Rocha, SP Brazil. SP for Sao Paulo. Greetings from MSP Airport. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. And also in reference to the A350 flight to Detroit, it's Brian Live, one of our awesome members. He's been aboard the A359 to Detroit a few times. Fun little flight, so I'm excited for it. You guys are getting me pumped up for the little hop on the A350 I'm going to take next month in August.
0, runway 30 left, takeoff.
So Aviation by the Mile, yeah, just to kind of answer your question, it'll be second week of August. Actually be the second Wednesday, I think.
Delta 1262 contact via Delta.
So pumped.
Delta 1286, you can turn left on Hotel and then taxi via Alpha behind the 219 ahead. Toronto 3311 at Hotel, give way to the 717.
Give way to the 717.
If you think MSP is always renovating the airport, JFK is way worse. Always under construction.
Charlie for Charlie. Delta 2043 contact via Papa Cadet. Papa Cadet, Delta 24.
And here is Alaska with a south parallel departure. Typically, they depart north side.
508, turn left, heading 260, contact.
They're off to Seattle.
Heading over to departure left, 508.
Actually, I stand corrected. No, they're not. That was the diversion.
Toronto 3311, monitor.
So they're actually headed to Cincinnati. So we caught their arrival earlier. It's really cool to catch the departure on their way out.
I wonder why they diverted.
Be a very fun thing to go and look up later if the information is available, because I'm wondering the same thing. Why did they divert? I think it may have been maybe a medical, maybe it was a non-critical mechanical thing.
On flight radar, when the diversion happened, it looked like they were closer to Chicago. Wondering why they came here.
The 1862, turn right on runway 4 and contact ground point 9.
Runway 4, ground point 9, Delta 8.
All right, here we go into the Red Tail Salute, X Northwest. A320 that just arrived on runway 30 left, making the right-hand turn off.
Delta 1028, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 280, clear for takeoff, 30 left, Delta 1028.
Left, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
Delta Papa 30 right, behind Amber Airport, 45 minutes.
Ground up 862 on runway 4, we're going to Charlie 2.
Delta 862 is ground, taxi via runway 4 and Papa.
Runway 4 and Papa, Delta 862.
All right, Delta 1028 off to Atlanta, next departure on runway 30 left, and then we've got Sun Country 3033. That'll be outbound to San Bernardino, California. It'll be our Prime Air 737-800.
Minneapolis Tower, good evening, Delta 2129 is visual 30.
Delta 2129, Minneapolis Tower, wind 0108.
We also got a Boeing pencil on approach.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 2129.
Sun Country 3033, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, takeoff.
Runway heading, clear to takeoff, 30 left, Sun Country
1286, Minneapolis Tower, wind 0107, runway 30 left, line up OH, traffic 6 mile final, additional traffic across downfield.
I know we probably can't show this, but we've got
UPS 757-200.
yeah, they're almost directly above us at MSP. The problem is they're up at 38,000 and they're headed to Fargo.
And they're about to go behind a cloud.
Yep.
Yep,
They're almost directly above where the camera's located, so I cannot tilt that
tilt
thing
it.
up high enough to go see it.
Runway 30 left at Alpha 5 and straight into the ramp.
And the pencil arrival is coming in on the north side. Darn it. I can see
it's
them.
coming in on.
Turn left heading
Yeah,
280, runway 30 left,
you
after
see
takeoff,
'em?
traffic
Yep.
mile final.
Yeah. North side. Darn it.
1286 at radio.
We'll get a snapshot of them from
Did you get 'em?
distance.
There they are.
Salute.
There you go.
What happened to the
Northwest.
O?
Contact departure, have a good one. Departure, second
You'd have to ask Alex that. The L is missing on the
O.
keyboard.
2840, visual.
It's the O key.
2840, Minneapolis Tower, wind 3608, runway 30 left, clear to land. 30 left.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not sure about my laptop's keyboard, though.
Well, I'll tell you, it's running the stream today incredibly smooth. So that's why we've been able to do what we have today.
I've got a question for the viewers. What's your favorite aircraft?
So 1286, turn left heading 260.
So that was Delta 1286 to Kansas City, 717. How much longer are they going to be flying?
Probably not much longer.
Grade 20 Papa, 8 Delta
1203 afternoon, taxi via Papa Cross from my 4.
6. Papa Cross, 4 Delta 1203.
Touching down is Miami, flight 2129 on Delta 739ER. Flight time 3 hours and 9 minutes.
We got a Northwest registration coming up next.
Yeah, you got that right. It's going to be, the next arrival is going to be former Northwest A320 from Dallas, Fort Worth, Delta 2840.
Contact ground point 9.
The pencil's way out there.
Alpha 8, Alpha,
Yep.
ground point 9. Great one.
Have you flown on a 7.5?
No.
Oh, you need to try to get on one. Feel the horsepower.
I'm moving to New York, so hopefully we can fly for much cheaper and better aircraft.
Going to Charlie 1, down on Alpha.
Hopefully an A380 one day.
2129, Minneapolis ground taxi, Papa Mike, Quebec, cross runway 4.
Papa Mike, Quebec, cross runway 4, Delta 2129.
Sorry, Alpha Mike, Quebec, cross runway 4.
Alpha Mike, Quebec, Delta.
So Tony Nelson is commenting, I've been waiting for a while, new at this. I'm not understanding the way you guys can recognize an old Northwest plane. Is there a way you could pause and explain the tail markings, please? So
Absolutely.
Yes, we'll give you some real good, easy information to help you do this. So when the two airlines merged with Delta, the way I'd like to tell people is that there's some aircraft that Northwest flew that Delta did not, and vice versa. So in the case of Northwest, when you see the Delta A330s, the Dash 2 and 300s, those are former Northwest airplanes. So when you look towards the back of the aircraft and it has that registration number at the back, it ends in Northwest or NW. So basically what happened back in those days was they just repainted the airplanes.
Speaking of which, here's next red tail. So all of Delta's A320s and 319s were adopted at the merger as ex-Northwest equipment. So the Northwest Airlines fleet contained the A319 and the A320. Delta did not have that type in their fleet.
Can you zoom in on the tail? Show the registration?
That's as close as I can get.
Yeah, they were turning.
Next one. Definitely do that.
Keep an eye. So the registration suffix is going to be November Whiskey or NW or Northwest. Northwest also had the registration suffix of Uniform Sierra or US. Also November Bravo or NB.
So when the two airlines merged, the former Northwest aircraft were basically just repainted, and they retained their existing registration numbers. So basically, there's a lot of Northwest airplanes that are still flying today, despite the merge. So that's basically how to recognize them. So I hope that helps. Zachary Boney says, my favorite aircraft is the A330-300 because of the spool up and roaring departure.
Those A330s are loud. They can get up to 90 decibels where we're situated when they take off right by us. They are loud jets.
Oh, yeah. And here's another great comment from Matt Williams. He says, flew out on a 7.5-200 when it was America West, not even half loaded. He capitalized the word launched out of Phoenix like a rocket. Was so fun. Yep.
Yeah. They're commonly referred to, other than the flying pencil, as rocket ships.
The Atari Ferrari?
Yeah, that's exactly correct, yeah. Because their power-to-rate ratio is just so skewed, it's overpowered beyond measure. Nothing matches the performance in its class quite like the 757. Even the range of the 757-200 outduels that of the A321XLR, and that's saying something. Case in point, Icelandair, they flew regularly the 757-200s from Reykjavik to Seattle. There also was a brief moment in time where we actually got Icelandair 757s, the Dash 200s, and even the now retired 300s.
Didn't the Aurora livery come here once?
It did.
Yeah.
And it's slated for retirement, so it is a sad announcement to have to hear that Iceland. But of course, it's understandable. That aircraft is old.
Hopefully, they put those good liveries on the 737s.
Or even the A321s that are entering the fleet with Icelandair. Love to see some A321 LRs, XLRs painted in that livery. So that's going to be the successor to the 757-200 for Icelandair.
So Ryan Ferguson said, interesting, didn't know that. So yeah, we try to generate some things to help people learn a little bit more about aviation as it relates here to MSP and Delta and Northwest during the times that it was the dominant force here at and my dad, when he flew for 31 years for Northwest, of course, we were based here, we lived here. So, and a lot of people around here will never forget the days of when you look over here at Terminal 1 or T1 and you see all the Delta aircraft parked over there. Those envisioned back in the day were all red tails. So that's kind of the way to look at it.
So imagine those Delta jets all lined up at Concourse G right on your screen. Imagine a sea of red tails. That's what MSP was like back in the early 2000s, even long before then. The 747s would also park over there too. That's where their gates were. And even into the Delta years up until 2017 when the 747 was retired from the Delta roster. 747s were a common sight here at MSP Airport, and everything came to a standstill when one of those things took off.
5105, cut the corner to Papa,
I find it funny the 717 came out after the 777.
That is also a very interesting fact, too. Thanks for pointing that out, because the 717, when it first started development, was with McDonnell Douglas.
As the MD-95?
That's correct. And then in 1996, when McDonnell Douglas and Boeing merged, Boeing inherited the project. And so instead of canceling it, Boeing is like, okay, you know what, we'll finish development and we'll market this jet. But they put the Boeing touches on it, too, in addition to the McDonnell Douglas legacy design. That is the last remaining descendant of the DC-9 aircraft, or the Mad Dogs, the MD-80s and 90s. In fact, the 717, of course, as you've already pointed out, MD-95, when it was in development, was actually the shortened version of the MD-90. Those aircrafts have really had an excellent reputation just kind of throughout their working lives. They've been fantastic aircrafts. Had the opportunity to fly on one in 2023, 2 times out to Charlotte and back. I will dearly miss those when Delta sends them off into the sunset for the final time, as those aircraft will be retired. The A220s are going to be the replacements on the way in, but replacement is going to be, I think, a little bit longer than I guess Delta wanted to because of the geared turbofan engine problems they've had with some of those Pratt & Whitney engines.
Do the 717s have target reverse thrust?
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, actually. It'd be a good question for our audience if they know, too. So taking a look at flights that are going to be inbound here throughout the remainder of our show, RJ, what are we looking forward to? What has yet to arrive that is on our notables list?
Oh, I was digging into something else.
I see a Boeing pencil on approach, or starting to go onto the approach.
Well, the one thing that I'm keeping an eye out for is all of those heavies that are parked over at G Concourse for any of their departures.
We're 21 November Bravo, Minneapolis Airlines, 30 left, clear to land, the wind is 0405.
This is Delta 2062 that's just touched down from
2062,
Austin.
turn right, contact ground point 9.
And
Right,
it is a whale.
9 Delta, thank you.
See if we get the sound.
380, affirmative. Push approved plan, runway 12 left.
Push approval plan 12 left, 11 for you.
We have a Learjet 40 on approach, and the
Ground,
photo
good
isn't even
afternoon,
a
Delta
Learjet.
2062,
Mixed
just clear runway 30
registrations.
left on Delta,
Or
looking for gate Golf 8.
That's your favorite bizjet, too.
Yes, it
'Cause I
is.
remember that you, when I asked that question, hey, what's your favorite bizjet, you went right to the Learjet.
Alpha to the gate.
I love the
Golf
cockpit
8,
design
Delta.
with just like the 2 panels and.
Yeah, when they get closer here, we'll zoom in on it and we'll catch them land and we'll kind of show you folks what we're talking about here. But you do have a really good reason. Yeah, the Learjet has some really cool looking cockpit windshield panels up front on the business end of that airplane.
So, Alex, Matt Williams says there's still some Masaba jets flying too. That used to be part of Northwest Airlines.
That's also true. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, there's some of them still around flying. I know I had somebody tell me that recently. I guess because my dad flew the big ones, that's what I'm always more focused on.
Avis Blue and Matt Williams say the 717 does have the target reverse thrust. I love those reverse thrusters.
And see, Alex, if we can answer this question from Dan Nordquist. Why is a company started in Minnesota called Northwest?
.606, turn right up Mike, and cut the ground point under.
Any thoughts?
It's where they flew. They started as a mail service. A lot of airlines started that way.
Yeah, it started in, was it 1926, flying Chicago route for mail delivery.
Ground 606, clear now, Mike, going to charge.
So the 606 straight ahead of Mike, taxi Mike
And then
back.
Cameron N says,
Michael back
the
cross
Delta
border.
used to be at the E-gates with all the other smaller airlines like American, United, etc.
We have the Learjet coming in.
Shamrock 989, Minneapolis Airlines, 308, clear to land, wind 0206.
Well, my guess on that is just that's the gates that they were utilizing at the time before the merge. Because
Yeah, all the other mainline carriers will congregate over an E, so.
Because T1 is just so dominated by Delta here. I mean, I know that from my background, MSP here is kind of nicknamed Delta North.
So here's that Learjet coming in.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 1533, visual 30 left. Delta 1533, Minneapolis Airlines, 30 left, clear to land, wind 0306.
Get a closer for those cockpit windows.
21 November Bravo, turn left at Whiskey 7, taxi.
We'll see how far down the runway that they roll, but we are zoomed in all the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, they didn't need much to slow
And
down.
I
And
also
then they're
like
gonna,
the fuel things at the wingtips.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, they're headed over to Signature. So Alex, Zachary Boney has a couple of interesting comments that I'd like to share for those that are with us today. If they haven't noticed it, he says, I remember the days of Terminal 1 being all Northwest and Terminal 2 being all AirTran and Sun Country. I used to call the Northwest Saab 340 the Mad Mosquito because of its loud buzzing. Plus, I have a couple of memories of the Saab 340 landing before the 747 and the Saab being so loud while anticipating the arrival of the 74 from Tokyo and Narita. Good times.
Well, they certainly were. The Saab 340s, they were the backbone of Northwest Airlink, especially for Mesaba Airlines, which was the regional affiliate that was based here for Northwest.
I like the aircraft that Bemidji Aviation has.
Mosquito.
My favorite
Yeah,
sounding,
the Metroliners.
Yeah, Northwest flew 'em.
those ones, and also the Beech 80s.
Yes.
Those are my favorite sounding propeller engines I've ever heard.
A lot of the pilots that I've spoken to, the ones that have come out to the viewing area on just separate occasions, apart from the broadcast, had the opportunity to talk with a couple Bemidji pilots kind of throughout the years, and they agree with that statement. They love the sounds of the Beechcraft aircraft that they fly. Now, when it comes to the propeller-driven aircraft that we see here at MSP Airport, my favorite actually is flown by a FedEx feeder carrier called Mountain Aviation from Duluth. It's the ATR 42 and 72.
I don't think I've seen the 72 fly. I might have, though.
Yeah, we will get the ATR 72 on occasion. It's the ATR 42 that we'll typically see here. It's going to be later this evening, by the way, folks, that we'll have the opportunity to catch the FedEx feeder on its way in from Duluth.
So Avu Splu says, do you know that the 717 engines are BMWs?
Three winds, clear to land, 30 left, Delta 1999.
I know that.
I actually did know that.
And Matt Williams just makes comments, Rolls-Royce. So I don't know, did they use one or the other?
It's BMW Rolls-Royce.
Okay, so...
The BR engines.
So Avuz Blue says 717's BR700 engines were originally designed by BMW, brought into production, manufactured in Germany as a joint venture between BMW and Rolls-Royce. There you go.
I'm in charge of 269. You is on the visual 30 left, Foxtrot.
Typically major rivals in the performance automotive market, especially in the European automotive market. But for aviation, good to see the two companies collab on it.
Aer Lingus.
Oh, yeah, Shamrock.
Monitor 121.9 as you go.
Time to check on Air France. Oh, I'm going to have to get up. Taking a little paw break.
Southwest 4717 minutes ground, push approved, plan 1
Salute coming.
40, Southwest 41,
There's
17. Clear
321 XLR from Dublin, Ireland. This is Shamrock 989.
Alaska 480, taxi off.
Alaska 40 minutes ground, runway 12 left on departure, taxi via Charlie 6,
We got
Charlie
the Boeing
Papa,
pencil on approach now.
Yes, we do.
Charlie Papa, cross runway 4, runway 12 left, Alaska 48. Ground Southwest 4117, you said 12 left or right?
12 left, sir.
Okay, what's up? 1533 is off at Delta, going to Fox.
Southwest 1533, afternoon taxi, straight ahead Delta to the gate.
Straight ahead Delta to the gate, Delta.
Wind 360 at 7, 360 at 7. Alaska 480, the Embraer left side, no factor.
753 is also a Northwest livery. Or,
Yep.
sorry, Northwest registration.
Yep, we've got our former Red Tail about to touch down from San Francisco. Delta 1999, former Northwest 75300. Everybody's hearing the action over here at Minneapolis Falls today.
1999, turn right, onto ground point, Hunter.
Ground point 9, Delta 1999.
Yeah, we're that close to the falls over there to be able to hear all the action from here.
Delta 1999, joining Alpha parking box 12.
Of 1999, Minneapolis ground, roger. Taxi Alpha cross runway 4.
Alpha cross runway 4, Delta 1999.
Next up for arrival, runway 30 left from Tampa, Florida, Delta 2696 with an A321.
Southwest 4117 started late off. I can offer you 1-2 right if you'd like. Either way, the 1-2 left or right.
We'll take 1-2 right, Southwest 4117.
All right, sorry, sir. 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Zachary Boney says,
runway 12 right, 12.
I wish Delta would do a Northwest Territory array.
So do we.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Might be a long time before we get it, though, just because corporate politics at Delta just are not going to allow for that right now.
Into our Tampa arrival. Those on board that are from down in the Tampa area who have come up here to the Twin Cities, hope you enjoy your time here. And those that are from here who have come back, welcome back home. And you know, Alex, I've seen a lot of cars out on the roads up here this summer so far that have Florida license plates on them. So I don't know if people have just driven up here for the summer or they're snowbirds and they've got their cars registered down there. And they're back up here for the summer or what, but I tell you.
Call those people sunbirds? I don't know.
Well,
it's probably in the hundreds down there, so
people that you know will go down there for the winter are called snowbirds. So, but there are people that use Florida as their legal residence, but they're from up here or somewhere else. So they, you know, spend their time, like say up here in the summer, to escape the heat down there, which right now it isn't much cooler here than it probably is down there.
105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
But that small amount of degrees change, you can definitely feel it.
Yeah, it's not quite as humid. You know, we've got a nice breeze today, just like when you were out here on Friday with John. And
yeah, not quite as strong as it was on Friday, but it was, oh my goodness, so pleasant right now.
Zachary Boney says they used to live in Tampa Bay, and they're happy to see a Tampa Bay arrival.
Nice.
So I'd be curious to know whether you want to share it or not. That's entirely up to you, Zach. You know, whereabouts were you in the Tampa area? I'll leak it out. I was in northern part of Pinellas County.
Plan runway 12 right, district frequency protect.
Push approved, plan 12 right, American 114.
140, thanks. Hey, this officer's current tail 202-996.
With officer.
So let's take a look at our notable arrival and departure boards here. I know we tried to get to it earlier on in the show, but we had such limited time. So the MD-11 has arrived. Delta 170 from Seoul. I believe that also scooted in. We're still awaiting Air France to arrive. We also have the Canyon Blue Retro that's expected on Southwest 4367 in the 6 o'clock time frame or during that 6 o'clock hour. And then Delta 1303 from Detroit, Michigan with A350-900.
So, Alex, just a heads up. We just had a departure on the north side Off of 12 left.
Have they flipped the airport? That's the big question. So are we looking at a possible runway change here? We might be.
They flipped.
And we did get confirmation, so yes, they did flip.
Ground Airshow 6081, ready to taxi.
Airshow 6081, 12 right for departure. Taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie and Alpha Cross from right 4.
It's not the first time it's happened on our live broadcast that they have flipped the airport around and... Oh boy.
Runway 4, Airshow 6081.
Looks like the first landing after the flip is a 737-900 from Nashville.
Confirm is Charlie 5 Charlie, and then what way did you want us to cross?
This is also huge because Air France, that means that they're going to be arriving on 12 right.
Copy that. Charlie 5 Charlie, Alpha, cross runway 4 at Alpha, Airshow 6081.
Were you by any chance here for the Eastern 777 takeoff earlier this year?
Oh, in February. That's when our friend Peter from LA Flights Live was out here. I actually was there to see that in person.
Oh, yeah, you were there helping him out.
1044, Minneapolis Tower.
It was a military charter is what that was.
Yep.
Which is not surprising because during the winter we've seen on occasion Omni Air International will charter military personnel to another base out of state or Eastern. And the Eastern 777 that was in here back in February actually was sporting the fingerprint livery.
Yeah, there's somebody out there to the west.
RJ saying that there's somebody out there to the west. Yeah, they have flipped the airport. It is confirmed. We are on the 12s now. Also, 17 has opened up.
Oh, wow. Yep, that's going to be 10:40
All right, so now we're going to take a look at our 12 and 17 ops chart here real quick, now that they have flipped the airport around.
We do instant replays now?
Ground American.
Maybe.
Woohoo!
From Echo 15 with Oscar.
Yep.
American 2140 Minneapolis 12 right.
So this is what we're looking like right now. So the action was all on the 30s, and now it's going to be a lot more spread out. So I'm sure much to the delight of our controller friends up in MSP Tower. They are really going to enjoy this airport flip.
Yeah, I love that smell of jet fuel in the afternoon.
Fly runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, traffic.
Me too.
Doesn't matter if it's negative 40 or 100 degrees, I'm always going to come out here and just watch planes.
So there we go. There's MSP Tower. Always a buzz of activity, especially on a day like today. Big shout out to our wonderful controllers up there, kicking butt in MSP Tower, keeping things moving.
Yep, and that Southwest just did a turn and burn. First 1-2 right departure for this afternoon's stream.
Wind is 020.
737-700.
Headed to Baltimore. BWI. So did we notice how smoothly this change just all of a sudden happened out of nowhere?
Yep.
I mean, it seemed just kind of like a regular gap in between.
They kind of have a tailwind too.
Oh, we got a landing here.
Yes, we do.
Yep, this is that Delta flight that I just mentioned.
From Nashville.
Yep.
Wow, you can really hear those thrusters now.
1044.
Another 737-700 gonna take off soon.
Yeah, we've got 2 departures taxiing
Shuttle 6881 will be ready to go at the end.
in the general direction of the end of 12 right.
Shuttle
See who
6881,
gets to go
Minneapolis Tower,
first.
runway 12 right, on a point. 12 right, line up and range, Shuttle 6881. Shuttle 6881, flighting 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, the wind is 03010. 120 heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, air Shuttle 6881.
2140, affirmative, cross runway.
Well, if they execute it, turn and burn.
That's right. We're going to get another 12 right departure.
1044 Minneapolis ground, afternoon taxi, Alpha Delta, Quebec.
Alpha Delta, Quebec.
There's a radar dish. All right, here we go. Here's Air Shuttle. Looks like Southwest is also going to be queuing up for departure on 12 right in addition to our Air Shuttle Embraer.
Papa Mike Bravo, cross runway 4 into the 12 right pit.
Papa Mike Bravo, 12 right, cross runway 4, the wind is 0307, flighting 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff. Heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, Southwest 901. Good. Yeah, hey Delta 8890, previous guy who was on wanted us to call you about 10 to 15 minutes prior to let you know to coordinate for the follow-me truck.
8890, roger.
What?
What? Yeah.
Make phone call.
You never know what you're going to hear.
So you guys put the runway, should we expect 12 left now, Delta 8890?
On the Colts, it'll be, you got 12 left here.
12 left, thank you so much, Delta 8890.
There it goes. Southwest 901 to St. Louis.
We'll wait for the 73 test behind us and we'll push.
So as they start to climb out and head on to St. Louis, Matt, or Zachary, excuse me, remember when runway 1735 wasn't a runway yet? I do too. That was after the time that my dad flew.
Yes, we did get Discover departing.
Departure, we'll see you. Departure, Southwest 901, we'll see you.
And Alex, maybe we can answer this question. Bill Sexton says, why does MSP use KMSP as its letters? I know KMSP, the Fox 9 channel, is that how airports are supposed to do airport letters?
So, each airport has an ICAO code and an IATA code. The IATA adds if I'm correct, adds a fourth letter, and American airports go with the K at the beginning of the airline at the airport.
When you're wanting to push back.
And Key West actually had a really good idea, having their ICAO code being EYW, so their IATA code is KEYW.
Learn something new every day during these streams, don't we?
That's really fascinating. That's a clever use of the naming codes as well.
It is.
For Key West Airport. All right, here's American 2140 off to Charlotte.
Still 1324, sounds like it's going to be pretty close to that eating time, plus or minus.
1878 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, the wind 040 at 8. Clear to land, 2140, contact departure.
And of course, Mike is moderating today, and he helped out with some of the other information as it relates to the letter selection here in the Twin Cities, because M for Minneapolis and SP for St. Paul. And I'll tell you, if you ever get up here and you're driving across the Mendota Bridge, which is just basically on the other side of the airport here, just to the northeast of us, when you go over that bridge, especially when you're headed in a westerly direction, you'll first be able to see downtown Minneapolis as you start across the bridge. Once you get going across the bridge and you turn to the right a little bit with your head and look, you will be able to see downtown St. Paul. You'll be able to see the skylines of both downtowns at the same time. That's how close they are.
Sorry to kind of cut in on you there, but I think we have a 717 that has entered the penalty box.
Okay. Whoopsie. What did they do this time? I bet they're just probably
2-minute minor for interference.
Yep.
We got charter buses over there at Signature.
Oh, yeah, look at them.
The KLM flight that departed Minneapolis about 3 hours ago is finally over the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, nice. I wonder what the menu is on today's service.
1945 Minneapolis Tower, the wind 0307, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land.
All right, we've got another arrival inbound from Cancun, Mexico, Delta 1878. And RJ, it's an A321-200, not an ex-Northwest Red Tail 320 series aircraft.
Shucks. Next time.
Typically, I think they've also flown the 320s to there as well.
Flight 38, Minneapolis Tower, radar contact, 5 miles south of Crystal Airport, clear to enter the Bravo, the altimeter 200 under 6, proceed on course. Minneapolis Tower, rolling 12 left, clear land with 0407.
So I have to share this comment, you two, considering what I like to do just to get out and stay active. Avu su blue. I don't think I said that correctly, but it says when they did the grand opening for 1735, there was a 5K run which did laps on the brand new runway and the adjoining taxiway, and he said that he ran it.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Oh, well, I can say that I did it once, fortunately, before I moved back up from Tampa. Down there, they do a 5K at the Tampa Airport called 5K on the runway.
FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis, Tennessee is on the left downwind.
So I was able to get out and do that 5K before I moved back because the race had been canceled during COVID.
Tower 2107, Minneapolis ground, push approved, plan 12 right. Delta 1324, they just gave me the confirmed time, so the wheels up 23 to 26.
Alright, 23 to 26 is the new time.
Looks like an A321, Fort Lauderdale, 3.5 hour flight, finally landing.
That sounds about right because it's about 3 hours from Tampa.
At 370 Minneapolis ground, push approved, plan 12 right.
.9, Delta 1945.
So we're going to redirect our attention over to that Boeing 717.
Right, if you pull towards the top of the alley, so I can push.
So there's a ground delay at O'Hare where its destination is. So they've basically got to sit and wait for a little bit.
Oh, so that's
Yep.
a departure.
That is correct.
So they're in a holding pattern here. That can happen.
It's a ground delay
Delta 2878 Fox 7.
at O'Hare.
Pull to the top of the alley, please.
So they got to kind of take a chill pill for a little bit.
So with that in mind, I have to share this comment. MN and AZ Fire Paging says, now why are we bringing hockey into aviation? LOL. Well,
Minnesota is the state of hockey. End of discussion. You're going to hear a hockey reference. Or if you're north of the border with our friends in Canada, you're going to hear that reference as well.
Oh, we got
If the av geeks up there are
registration on the far runway.
Yes, we do. An X83 or an X Northwest A320.
On the opposite side of the alley, then they're going to pull to the top of the alley. Once they get away, then you push approved, plan 1, 2.
that's Delta 2489 from Calgary. Exactly. A former Northwest A320 with the NW ending of the tail number or registration number. So yeah, don't mind us here at MSP Airport Live. That's just kind of what we refer to the aircraft that end up parking over there on the 12 right de-ice pad. So in the case of what we've got over there right now is they're on a hold here for their flight because of the ground stop where they're headed.
I don't think there's a ground stop at O'Hare right now. I think it's a ground delay.
Ground delay. Okay, is there a difference?
There is a difference.
Okay, so we could teach our viewers that if you know what it is.
Yep. Not enough available gates for them.
There you go.
Delta 2089, 2489, may have ground taxi, pop gate.
So that's American 2104 from Dallas. 73-8.
2104, turn left when able, contact ground point.
Is that the FedEx out there, or?
Yep, that is correct. It's FedEx 798 Heavy from the Super Hub in Memphis with a 767 300ER.
If you're ever on Flight Radar
actually
really late at
300F.
night, always check out Memphis. There's like hundreds of FedEx planes just approaching the airport.
2104, mass ground taxi, Alpha Delta, to the gate.
Delta gate,
Yeah, the Super Hub in Memphis is quite the airport to go spotting at. Although it's not one of the best airports for spotting. Memphis also used to be the location of, RJ, you're going to know this, a Northwest hub. Yes, Northwest Airlines had a hub in Memphis. And Memphis has been hubbed and dehubbed throughout the years. They just really couldn't cling on to an airline that could sustain operating in and out of Memphis as a hub. Except if you're FedEx, which is cargo. We're talking about all the passenger airlines.
I love how bright the Southwest livery is when it's under the sun.
It is. This is off to Chicago Midway. This is Southwest Flight 897.
So as it relates to Chicago, Alex, Brian Bauer has commented and said big thunderstorms rolling through Chicago right now.
Wonder if that's a storm from a couple days ago up in Duluth.
All right, everybody. Here we go. FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis, Tennessee.
It's 897 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, on a boy.
Butter.
Yeah, 664 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land with 03010, gets 19er. Clear land 12 right.
Wow, everything is so loud today. Is it the wind?
Don't know.
Kind of blowing the noise in our
I think
direction?
Southwest is going to be taking off on what's your right. It's our flight to Chicago Midway, and it looks like they are. Here they go.
Ground up 27 back to Papa. Delta 2870.
Oh, I thought they were gonna.
12 right. After the American, taxi via Delta Alpha across runway 4.
Boeing 7.
Okay, after the American.
I thought they were going to do a turn and burn there for a second, but they haven't gotten clearance yet.
Cross runway 4 for 12 right, Delta 27.
There we go.
FedEx 798 Heavy, Minneapolis.
They're going to go.
Park via Whiskey Delta Tango across runway 4.
Oh, smell that jet fuel, RJ.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, that scent is thick.
Denver 5397, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 right, taxi via Papa Mike Alpha across runway 4. 4642,
Woo-wee.
Delta 1026, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 right. Push approved, 12 right, Delta.
That one certainly stings the nostrils.
Something funny is New York Times made they said that men would not fly for 1 million years. Less than 1 million seconds later, the Wright brothers did their first successful flight.
Thankfully, that news outlet was wrong.
Delta 2607, runway 12 left.
And we have the
taxi via
miracle
Bravo, Delta, runway 4.
of flight
Bravo, Delta,
and the
Papa,
splendor of
Bravo,
commercial
4,
aviation because of those innovations by the Wright brothers.
Delta
Kitty Hawk,
2607,
North Carolina.
taxi via Bravo, Charlie, Papa,
More than 100 years ago.
Charlie, Papa, cross border, 2607.
I actually went plane spotting here on December 17th, and Southwest Illinois 1 flew here.
Oh, nice.
664, runway 12 right, cleared line.
Runway 12 right.
All right, RJ, FedEx 798 is making its way over here.
Will it go on Mike?
That is the big question, will it? You're absolutely right.
9370, runway 12
I think
right,
they
taxi
might
via
ditch us.
Charlie 6.
Yeah, because
Charlie,
they what's the taxi that's on the other side of
Charlie.
I think it's
okay.
turning.
Charlie, Papa, cross.
Yep, they're turning on Charlie.
They're gonna go. So, what was the original arrival time of Air France? I was trying to check.
5:30 p.m., so same time as Air Lingus.
Delta Alpha, cross runway 4. Alright, Charlie 6.
Remember when the A340 flew here for about a week or two?
Oh, they're getting close. Estimated arrival 6:25, and it's
So that's in 11 minutes.
Yeah, so they're getting close.
United.
Delta Alpha, cross runway 4. Delta Alpha.
They. Yep, flight radar says 8 minutes out. They're down to about 9,200 feet. Ground speed 307 knots.
Alright, 664, turn left at the ground point enter.
Turn left, ground point 9, have a going at 364.
Yeah.
Here's an Airbus A220 in charge of Delta 2107. This flight is making the right-hand turn on taxiway Alpha outbound to Santa Ana, California.
What do you think the rarest plane we saw today was?
That's a good question.
I'm thinking maybe the 57-300.
I think you might be right on that, actually.
You think it might be what?
Yeah, I think it's a 753, yes.
Yeah.
757-300.
Let me check sky cards.
Delta 2607, give way to the...
Yep, only 52 fly.
Right to left, Papa. Give way to the...
So we have a Delta 757-200 with a registration of November 539er Uniform Sierra X Northwest. That is at signature. It is scheduled to operate flight 8890 to Pontiac, Michigan.
The Rays.
So you got a Major League Baseball charter that will be departing here pretty soon. That's what those charter buses were for.
Runway 12 right. Line up and wait.
Delta 2870 clear. Line up and wait, rather. 12 right.
Delta 2274 from Phoenix. That is a 7.5, but it is not an X-red tail. Not all of them are. But our next departure on 12 right will be
93, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta Papa, cross runway 4.
Seems like most of the departures are going to 12 right here.
We'll take them.
Yep. Absolutely, and it's probably because of the density altitude with how hot the air is outside right now. If I'm willing to make a guess.
40 Niner 20, fly heading at 120, runway 12 right. Please take off.
Clear for takeoff, 12.
Salute time, RJX Northwest A320 on the runway.
Yep,
Headed to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Delta Flight 2870 now on the roll.
I got other things more important to do. Roll to rotate, salute.
Delta 1324 Minneapolis ground, be ready to taxi in the next 2 minutes. Your seat will find the United.
Alright, we'll be ready behind the United. 397 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait.
And just as fast as the Albuquerque flight took off, here's our A22300 that is off to Santa Ana, California.
Endeavor 5397, fly runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
All of my friends call that plane the Bombardier C Series 300.
After United, join off with us.
That aircraft did start in development with Bombardier in Canada as the C Series until Airbus kind of took over the project.
Right, double back facing Alpha, pick a spot, 1177. All right. United 370, Denver just got put to ground stop, so just hold your position on the pad. I'll let you know when we get an update. All right.
So Chicago O'Hare, as we just heard on frequency, just got put into a ground stop. So we are now on diversion watch for Chicago O'Hare. And as we are well into the evening, arrivals from the west, inbound to O'Hare, and even from the northwest, if there's going to be a diverting airport that these aircrafts, if they have to make a diversion, will go to, it is us. We are that airports in most cases. So you heard it here with the ground stop. We don't know how long it's going to be in effect for, but we certainly, anytime Chicago O'Hare is in a ground stop, the potential for diversions to Minneapolis, St. Paul goes up.
Twin Cities Aviator is saying the lack of runway 17 departures is the courtesy of the current gusting tailwind. So
it'll be associate producer Logan Justice. How you doing, Logan?
Hey, Logan.
Aircraft 634, Mike Heavy,
Hey, great job on capturing the missed approach yesterday with that 7-4.
Oh yeah, that's
Whoa.
You've never seen 10 grand go out the window faster than that. It costs the airline quite a bit of money for those go-arounds. There's a bunch of paperwork the crew has to sign. It's
Delta 8890, Roger. Like runway
So Alex, just giving you a heads up. We're about 2 minutes out for Air France.
Start to see it soon.
Yeah, I think I actually might be able to see them. They're still out there, but I think they're close enough I can see them.
Possible, stay with that, Delta 8890.
Delta 8890, roger, runway 12 left, taxi via Whiskey 6, Whiskey Delta, hold short, runway 12 right.
Taxi 212 left via Whiskey 6.
Because there's nobody in front of them for arrival.
What is that airline out there?
Oh, wait a minute. I think this is WestJet 1900. They'll pass behind Aer Lingus. We got a Sunwing livery WestJet aircraft. So actually, it looks like with our 717, it looks like the ground stop. I heard ground stop, thought they were going into a ground stop, but looks like that's over.
1324, fly runway heading runway 12 right.
Because they must be departing Delta 1324 off to O'Hare. After a brief bit in the penalty box, we'll now spool up the engines for launch. And Air France is hot on their tail.
I'm sure it's an interesting view from the cockpit as they're coming in and they see a departure literally just rotate off the runway that they're about to land on. Because here comes Air France. A bit late, but they're here.
Caution wake turbulence for the arriving Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Air France is here at last.
And 26 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line of voice, traffic in off on. 12 right, line of voice, 1324, contact departure.
3508 Minneapolis ground, runway 12 right, taxi.
It's finally here.
Alpha, cross runway 4.
Yep, and I'm sure everybody on board is glad to be here too.
Yep.
Turn left, join taxiway Alpha, contact ground down, point 9er. Alpha 3 Alpha, 21-9er.
When's that ATR coming?
It'll be closer, I think, towards the 8 o'clock hour, if memory serves.
6.7, Delta 8890.
Delta 1502 Minneapolis ground, push approved, ground runway 12 left.
Brian Bauer, yes, the evening rush is beginning. It's in full swing. If it has begun already.
Heading 120, right, clear for takeoff, Delta 1026.
Here's 1026, a Delta flight off to Atlanta, Georgia.
What do you think is better, Embraers or CRJs?
Embraer. No questions asked.
Sounds like Denver ground stop is for about 54 minutes out here.
United 370, we're showing an update on should come out at 0015. WestJet 1900 on Bravo, hold short of the tunnel.
On Bravo, short of the tunnel, WestJet.
And there's our Major League Baseball charter.
Delta 8890. Alright.
United 370, roger.
Whoa, they had a lot of real estate
Delta 574
that
Minneapolis
they
ground,
used
verify your
before
function
they
left.
rotated.
Delta 574, push approved, line on runway 12 right.
Aircraft 634 Mike, we're not sure we are clear with the 321 Neo Delta. Could they make sure on the right hand side?
Air France 634, Mike, roger. Delta 2122 Air France is wondering if they have enough room to get past you on your right wing.
So here's our charter flight, RJ.
Where are they going?
Pontiac, Michigan.
No, I thought...
2122 Roger, runway 12 left, you're going to taxi.
They going to the north side?
Delta, Papa.
Well, it looks like they might be, which would make sense since they're a little bit lighter. They're a charter.
Right.
The question is, who's on board?
Probably the Rays.
Do they play the Tigers in their next series?
They might. They just played a series with the Twins.
Or do the Twins play the Tigers?
Okay.
Let's look at the Twins' schedule to confirm whether it's the Rays or the Twins departing for Pontiac. I'm sure maybe some of our audience could fill in that information too. We got another ex-Northwest Redtail inbound.
Delta Papa across runway.
Correction, not a 753.
Oh well, we've got a red tail salute anyways.
An honorary one. Oops.
Taxi to Park, get Papa Charlie, hold short of Charlie 6.
Well, there's Air France.
Delta 258 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, once the WestJet and your tail out of the way.
Air France is thinking, where do I park?
Right. Push through, find the aircraft for 12 right, Delta 258 Heavy. 238, turn left at Alpha 3, turn left on Alpha, contact ground point enter. 2238, turn left at Alpha 3, turn left on Alpha, contact ground point enter.
Left on Alpha 3, left on Alpha, ground point 9, Alpha 20.
Oh, there's that Sunwing aircraft that arrived on the north side. This is WestJet Flight 1900. So why in the world are they coming over here to Concourse G when they arrived on the north side? Well, the reason for that is that they were not pre-cleared when they departed Saskatoon, so they have to go through customs. Concourses G and F handle customs at Terminal 1.
Can you confirm this stand because we have shooters on Gulf 5 and you cleared us for Gulf 3?
Air France 634, Mike, I asked you to confirm that the gate was Gulf 3. Is
Okay,
it Gulf
so
3
I
or
just
Gulf
checked
5?
in
Oh,
on
hold
this.
on, RJ.
Oh,
We were in
What do we got?
Gulf 4 West there from 634 Mike.
oh.
Air France 634, Mike, Roger, if you're able to turn into the gate, and now you can.
Yes, sir, able to turn Gulf 4 here from 634 Mike.
Roger, continue the gate.
Looks like there's a little bit of a miscommunication about what gate they were supposed to be at.
Delta 22.
So they want to make sure they fit because of their wingspan, right?
Yeah, they want to make sure they're all good to go.
38, Roger, after the Air France and company off your nose, continue via Alpha into the gate behind WestJet. Use caution, companies can push off Foxtrot 6 as well.
So I think that that 7.5 charter was the Tampa Bay Rays because the Twins looks like they are still at home and they play the Cubs.
Yep, so we're looking at the Tampa Bay Rays. It's your old hometown team, RJ. So you lived in the Tampa area for so many years.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're a little bit challenged this season because they're playing their home games at the spring training facility of the Tampa Bay Yankees. It's Steinbrenner Field. It's in Tampa, off of Dale Mabry, right across from Raymond James Stadium where the Bucks play football. Due to the damage to the roof at what we call down there the Tropicana Field, which is in St. Pete. That's one thing that a lot of people may not be aware of. The Tampa Bay Rays actually don't play their home games in Tampa. They play them in St. Pete.
Right, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie.
And it's a drive across the bay, too. There's, a big bridge. It's over Tampa Bay. Now, the city is Tampa. Tampa Bay is the area. That's the body of water where Tampa is nestled against, along with St. Pete, St. Petersburg, Florida. You also have Bradenton and Sarasota along the Gulf Shore to the south. I've actually been to the Sarasota-Bradenton area. Very nice place.
So for people that also don't know, there's actually 3 bridges that go across Tampa Bay. The northernmost one is Courtney Campbell Causeway. The one in the middle is the Howard Franklin Bridge. And the southernmost one is the Gandy. And then not to be left out, the well-known and iconic landmark of the area, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, which bridges South Pinellas County down into the Sarasota-Bradenton area. Been across that bridge a few times.
Minneapolis Tower 10307, North 18, runway 12 right, line of await, traffic 5 mile pound.
Affirmative behind Sunwing Orange. The ground Delta 2142 on Alpha, just short at Delta. You want us to hang out here? Delta
So that was Delta 2654 from Atlanta. That also was a 75, but not a former red tail.
Okay, we were given Alpha
That was
Delta
not-
Papa Cross 4, so you want us to go the other side and then maybe Mike? Delta 2122, just make a 45-degree right turn and take hotel.
Holy cow, look at that climb out on the north side. Whoa, a little bit of a Smoky Joe, too. Like that was our 757 charter.
Yep,
Off to Pontiac.
that's a rocket ship for you.
Yep. And we suspect the Tampa Bay Rays Major League Baseball team is on board. When they took off with that steep angle of attack and those engines smoking, I'm like, yep, that's the 757. No other narrowbody can have that kind of performance.
Delta 2946, that's fine. Just follow the company's move off your nose. There's a 321. They're going the same route. 46, I'll be long on that. Delta 2946, 4, running forward to Quebec. Ground 2654, Alpha for Golf 3. Delta 2654 Minneapolis ground. Once the Sunwing is out of the way, continue via Alpha to the gate.
Got a question for you.
Go ahead, fire away.
DC-10 or MD-11?
Via Bravo.
DC-10.
Yep. Yep. Northwest
To
Connections.
1900 route, continue Bravo up to the construction
The
area.
left seat in the
double back
cockpit
on
of
to
the
Alpha.
10s that Northwest flew was my dad's office for quite a few years. He was in the first group of pilots from Northwest trained to fly it.
What's your favorite plane that Bemidji Aviation operates?
Maybe the Mosquito because Northwest flew them.
That is very true. At one point, Northwest Airlink, they actually did fly the Swearingen Fairchild Metroliners that Bemidji currently has strutting around the airfield. We'll see those later in the evening, along with the actual real mosquito bugs that come out to play.
21, 22 minus hour, 123.95. Delta 2946, monitor ground 48. Ground 48, Delta 2946.
Looks like Dublin is on the move. This is our A330-200. It's going to be going off to Ireland today. It's a former Red Tail. All of the ex-Northwest A330-200s that are flying fly for Delta, and there were only 11 of them. And the A330-200, this was the replacement for the DC-10s that we just talked about. In Northwest's fleet plan, the A330-200, that was to allow them to phase out the DC-10.
Hold short of the construction area down there on Bravo. I'm going to push your gate momentarily.
Of course, they have the 330-300s as well.
Yeah, we'll give her a salute when she rolls.
That we will.
For departure.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile final. At Charlie, cross runway 12 right, continue via Charlie, Sierra, monitor ground point.
Have a little bit of a traffic jam over there with our Dublin departure and the Sun Country Tide Pod that's come in from Raleigh, Durham. Kind of having to
Look at that.
dodge and weave.
Beep, beep,
right,
move through.
Right turn on Whiskey 3 and then Joanne.
Make way!
You can just stay with me.
Whiskey 2,
You gonna get a shot of the C-130s over there?
And we'll get a shot of them here in just a second.
Before heavy, start your push.
What gate are you?
4, 3,400 on the visual, 12 right, 170 in front again.
2467, what's your gate?
Here, we'll zoom in to show those C-130s you were talking about.
Runway 12 right at Delta.
Over there.
Whiskey shuttle 12 at Delta.
At 1134 Minneapolis Tower, wind 020.
Doesn't look like they're doing any air missions today, unfortunately. That would be a really nice addition to all of the wonderful plane spotting that we have enjoyed throughout the day today. Now, I can confirm this is a salute. X Northwest, 757-300 coming in. Woo!
Before heavy reposition, the gate Foxtrot 14 to Alpha.
As much horsepower that those engines produce to help these airplanes take flight, they also have to do the same type of thing in reverse to slow them down when they land.
So there we go. There's the aircraft that was in charge of Delta 9 Heavy that we saw arrive earlier on the broadcast, getting repositioned to F gates as Iceland Air scoots in on the north side, arriving from Reykjavik.
So I was waiting for this arrival to happen, Alex. Remember when we were out here last Wednesday, I made mention of my high school friend and classmate?
That's right. Yeah, I do remember that.
She was on board that flight.
Oh, wow.
So I did eventually hear back from her. She got kind of just busy and tied up with things. Did get my message, but just wasn't able to respond.
Delta, cross runway 12 right, continue via Delta, hold back, monitor ground 0.9 on the other side.
Cross 12 right at Delta, and Delta's pulled back, monitor ground the other side, Delta 1460, thanks.
And Delta 2467, monitor ground 0.8 on the other side.
Ground on the other side, Delta 2460.
Yep, when I heard back from her the next day, she said, so fun to see this. Yep, I was on that plane. Was a bit busy packing and last minute shopping. Man, was it hot out there. Thanks for the goodbye message. So, you're welcome, Mary. It's great to see you. We hadn't seen each other in a super long time.
So there's Dublin.
And then you can push after that.
They're so close to the runway, they can almost taste it.
258 Heavy Minneapolis Tower. Will be a couple more arrivals before I can get you going.
Push through. Alright, wait for Golf 1 and Fox 6. Then push Delta 1923.
American 2104.
American 2104 ground.
Yeah, it's possible for us to get 12 right, so Fox.
American 2104, roger, plan.
Thank you.
All right, we got another arrival coming in here, 12 right. United 1134 from Denver, Colorado.
Delta 942 Minneapolis Tower, wind 02010, gust 16, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Land 12 right, Delta 942.
Yeah, so to share a little bit more with my friend Alex, she's in Oslo, Norway now. So
at 1134,
it was a much more,
otherwise no delay to
easier way for her to come over. So Oslo to Reykjavik to here on Iceland Air, same thing in reverse going back. So yeah, she was on that flight last Wednesday when I was last out here to help with the stream and. When I made mention of everything, so.
Airbus A220-100.
It's behind this Delta A321neo that's off to Anchorage, Alaska. This is Delta 535.
Ground, United 1134 for Echo. United 1134 Minneapolis ground taxi to park via Alpha Delta Quebec.
Here we.
Alpha Delta Quebec, United 1134.
This is a good one, Alex. Tony Nelson says, just cranked up my volume on the surround sound. You guys are amazing. Crank it up.
Well, thank you.
at 1134, monitor ground point 8.
We have a pair of instrument microphones out here that are very sensitive, but also they can have a super high sound pressure tolerance. So glad the audio is coming through crisp and clean on your end for that nice surround sound
red
system.
tail.
Touching down from Missoula's Delta 1358, former Northwest 8320.
Charlie 2 to the gate, monitor ground point 9 on the other side. Charlie, cross runway 12 right, continue Charlie 2, want to ground point 9, right, thanks for that. 1358, turn left Alpha 4 and contact ground point 9, see ya. Left Alpha 4, ground point 9, Delta 1358.
A little bit of a conga line over there, hey Alex?
You're absolutely right.
Yep, we've got
Delta 1358.
4 planes in the
ground
line.
Mark via Alpha Delta Quebec.
We'll get Iceland Air crossing real quick as they make their way over to T2.
yep, we've
And
got
then we'll show you that conga line.
and we've got an inbound Delta 942 about to touch down from Seattle.
So I guess we'll get the arrival here.
So
first.
that's what they're waiting for, and then after that, it looks like
Yeah, look at that conga line. You got 4 aircraft that are sitting to wait to take off on runway 12 right.
We're waiting up on this 737 here.
16, runway 12 right, line up and wait.
Line for wait, 12 right, Delta 258 heavy.
Manual on taxi. Delta 1991, runway 12, taxi. Papa Delta report. 12, Delta Papa.
all right. Our Dublin departure is on the move. Cleared to the end of the runway.
Alright.
Delta 1358, give way to company exit in the alley. Give way to company exit in the alley, Delta 1358.
And for me, being on board a flight, this is the best part. You know you're next to go, and you're turning onto the end of the runway.
On a very long flight.
This is also a salute.
Yep.
Yep, I got it.
X Northwest, A330 200.
258 heavy, turn around, fixed flight runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
We're heading 12 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 258 heavy.
Delta 2187, Minneapolis, tower 10508, Delta 16, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic 7 miles, Connell, caution wait trims for the heavy Airbus 330 departing.
All right, hit it.
Go for throttle up.
Got a salute. Landing gears going up.
That was quite the growler, wasn't it?
258 heavy, turn left heading
Yes, it
100,
was.
contact departure.
Left to 100, going to
Excellent work. The whole roll to rotate. Northwest Red Tail salute. Who wants to go to Miami? Well, the folks on this aircraft are certainly bound for that destination aboard this Delta 737 900ER.
Delta 2574, give way to company 73. They're going to be turning off of Alpha onto Delta. Company's also pushing off Foxtrot 2. Leave room for them into the gate when able.
Alright, we'll let company 73 pass in front of us on Delta and then leave room for Fox.
Delta 942, company Airbus in front of the tower, wait for you. Delta 942,
You're going to be kidding me. They just cleared another departure.
Yeah, they barely rotated off the
right.
runway, and here we go. Problem is we've got an arrival coming in on really short finals, so that's why.
This is Delta off to Anchorage.
2187, hitting a 120.
At A321neo. Flight 2347.
Clear 21 November Bravo, Minneapolis ground runway.
Are we going to get a go around?
No, we're good. They just rotated. This is Spirit.
Bravo, cross runway 4.
Oh, they snuck them in just in the nick of time. That is about as gutsy of a call as it gets.
2773 Minneapolis Tower, wind 040.
And that gamble paid off. No go around.
Traffic,
12 right, line away, no point.
Captain Paul Hansen special, huh?
Yep, the 321 Neo. It's the banana boat.
Clear, reading 2347, turn left Alpha 4, enjoying Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Alpha 4, Alpha, ground point 9.
Sub 2773, fighting 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, approach 5 mile final.
12 right, clear for takeoff, flight heading 120, Delta 2773.
Travis 4139 in Minneapolis Tower, wind 0508, runway 12 right, clear to land.
There's United Airlines 370 off to Denver in the penalty box. And next up for departure.
Someone said they're watching from Switzerland. Hello.
Hello, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Glad you could join us on this spectacular Sunday for plane spotting.
Region 1880 Minneapolis Tower, wind
That's pretty steep
0409, runway
climb.
12 right, clear to land.
Oh, yeah. Those A220s, they get up and at them pretty quick.
That'll push you back into your seat.
Bravo Delta pop across runway 4 and join behind Spirit.
Certainly will. A lot of the 717.
2350 Minneapolis ground, wait for a company Airbus 320 to pass on Delta, then you're pushing the through,
angle,
plan
pitch
on
angle,
left.
all of that.
Approve after company
It's really cool.
Airbus,
Nice.
1 to left, Delta 2350.
Freeway 2347, monitor ground
Was
28.
that a Learjet there?
2347.
I think that might be earlier jet. And indeed it is.
It's a Learjet.
And then route taxi via Bravo Charlie pop across runway 4.
Flight radar just says
Bravo, Charlie,
private owner.
Papa across runway 4, Delta 1923.
Going to
Delta 1923,
Springdale.
That's not the right.
Monitor ground point 8.
On flight radar, it does not show the correct photo.
Bravo, monitor tower 12627. Monitor tower. Delta 2350 after the Spirit pass your tail, you're pushed approved.
After Spirit push approved, Delta 2350. 789 Minneapolis Tower, wind 0409, runway 12 right, clear to land. .39, turn left and join Alpha, contact ground point 9, see it.
Ground tower 4139 on Alpha Gate.
That was 4139 Minneapolis ground taxi depart via Alpha Charlie, Quebec.
Alpha Charlie, Quebec.
We got Allegiant Air on the approach.
Dallas 4139, monitor ground point 8.
Ground point aircraft 3139.
789, traffic will hold in position. November 21, November Bravo, Minneapolis Tower, and 12 right, line of boy, traffic 4 mile final, don't plan on stop and be ready to go.
All right, here's Allegiant. They're coming in from Asheville, North Carolina.
Turn right at Whiskey 3 and then Whiskey contact ground point 9.
Whiskey 3, Whiskey, ground point 9, around 118.
November 21, November Bravo, it's going to be a little too tight there. Make that right turn there on Whiskey 9, then Whiskey, I'll get you out in the next gap.
So we have another arrival coming our way, RJ, on 12 right. It's a little ways out.
Legion 1880, Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Whiskey Delta.
3816, you up?
Yep, short final is Delta 789 from San Diego.
Minneapolis Tower, 1051010, gust 17, only 12 right, clear to land, traffic hold on position, rear jet. November 1, November Bravo, only 12 right, line of boy, traffic 5 mile final.
12 right.
Good landing.
Bada!
789, turn left Alpha 4, enjoying Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Alpha 4, Alpha point 9, Delta 79.
Well, here we go. Our Learjet next to depart. Runway 12 right.
Oh, this ought to be good.
It's off to Springdale.
November Bravo, fly, runway heading, only 12 right,
vertical.
take off, check 3 mile final.
Runway heading 12 right.
Delta 789, Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Alpha. Delta 2297, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 12 right.
That's crew 12 right, Delta 2297.
Oh, smell the jet fuel from that.
Here 1 November Bravo.
It's very pungent aroma.
Have a good flight.
Over to departure, have a good day, 21 November Bravo.
89, roger. If you could, you make the left turn, you cut across taxiway Bravo as close to the 82 cap.
CRJ.
Tower Delta 605 with you on the visual, 12 right outside camp.
605 Minneapolis Tower, 10309 or gust 20, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right.
From Sioux Falls, Sky West, 3816.
Delta 2350, Papa, taxi.
Delta 2350, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 8.
What's the left via Delta Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 8, Delta 2350.
And it looks like the gate has been pulled back on Aer Lingus.
Do we have two flights?
They also have the tow bar attached to the tug, so yeah, they're getting ready to push.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Go 3816 Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Alpha Delta Quebec. What's the gate number?
Do we have a second flight over there in the penalty box?
I don't think so. It's not in the penalty box, but it's certainly holding on the taxiway.
Yep, this is 1842 from Detroit.
Delta 1842, turn left Alpha 3, join Alpha, contact ground point 9, see you.
See ya.
Alpha 3, Alpha ground point, Delta 1842, gray right through that.
Yes, they're just kind of sitting there, looks like.
Yeah, like maybe they're doing some recalculations or something, or...
They're crunching numbers.
Crunch, crunch, like Captain Crunch, the cereal. Headed to
Like
Reno.
old Dutch potato chips.
Yeah, they're headed to Reno.
The biggest little city in the world.
Delta 1842 Minneapolis ground taxi to Park via Alpha Delta Quebec. Alpha Delta Quebec, Park Delta.
Really?
So we just got word that Denver and Chicago are both in ground stops right now. So it's a fun time for United. And anybody else that's flying out to Denver or Chicago.
Delta 2097, very taxi Quebec. Delta 1997, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, cross runway 22. Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, cross runway 22, Delta 2097. Delta 1842, if he's still coming out of the alley when you get there, give
Gonna step off the camera for just a second here.
Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground point 9. Left Alpha 4, join Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 605. Ground Delta 05, clearing for Alpha for Delta 605, Minneapolis ground, roger, taxi, in that case taxi, you'll be a left turn on Alpha, and then Alpha, runway 4, hold short of Bravo. Alright, Alpha, under runway 4, hold short of Bravo, Delta 605.
Yeah, you said that last time.
He says that every day.
Yes.
Delta 605, I'm not showing anybody in that gate, just any paperwork on it, but I guess they'd double check with company if they want you somewhere else. Okay, we're about to call company right now. It's someone there, Delta 605. Gotcha. Ground America 2104 is gate.
American 2104 Minneapolis, ground, push approved, and for 12 right.
Yeah, push approved for 12 right, American 2104.
L397, wait for a 73 at the tail but clear, and then push approved for 12 right. Hamrock 988, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left. .2437, just pushed your gate, so it won't be much longer.
Visual final once you're ready.
1980 Minneapolis Tower, wind 030, gust 20, runway 12 right to the land.
Good, for the land.
2350, heading 105, contact departure. Start pulling back to final, please. Traffic will hold on position.
It won't be ready until... No.
Approach speed, we're at it, next speed.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I would say launch in August. Okay, maybe September. I'm going to get to it. No, let's get it.
Ground United 370.
Mile final.
51812 right, Delta Troy United 7. Because we want to know if we want to put
370, stand by. United 370, I have bad news. It's been extended till a quarter after the next hour.
Roger, thank you.
Alpha 3, please. Contact ground on point 9.
Alpha 3.9, Delta 2021.
United 370, so it's been extended till at least 8:15, and so it doesn't mean it'll be done then, but that's when they told us to expect the next update on the situation.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that, appreciate it.
Delta 2094, Minneapolis.
All right, here we go. Delta 2297 off to Phoenix.
Contact ground on point 9.
Almost no spacing.
Delta 2575, Minneapolis, come look at the gate.
Charlie 1.
Delta 2575, taxi, pop the gate.
Pop the gate, Delta 25. Grand American 2104 taxi.
That's what happens when you're down to 2 runways.
American 2104, runway 12 right, taxi via
Yeah,
Charlie
just like
6,
we saw
cross runway
earlier on in the
22,
broadcast,
Mike
we
Alpha.
had all 30 ops going.
2 right, Charlie 6, cross 22, Mike Alpha, American.
We were very close to a go-around earlier, but it was not to be. PJ's Aviation. PJ, thank you so much for coming on and spending some time with us. Hope you had a blast as much as we did. I'll tell you what, RJ. Sundays almost never disappoint for us.
Charlie 6 Delta and
They are full of surprises.
Well, it just lets everybody know how busy MSP is.
Especially on Sundays.
Solid 7 Minneapolis, Star 10409, gust 18, runway 12 left, good land.
Victor says, hello, greetings from Chile. Just found your channel. Love it. Well, thank you. Now on, you have another fan. Well, thank you very much. Happy to have you on board.
Chile being south of the equator, it's their winter.
Delta 2145, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, cross runway 22. Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, cross the 2, right. 2145.
Sun Country 1982 from Detroit.
Gate on the end of the Cosmos, turn outside.
We've got an American Airlines 737 marching its way over here.
To ground, point niner.
SuperDuck 4, Minneapolis ground, proceed via Alpha Delta to Fox 13.
2 right to the land.
This is American Airlines Flight 2104 that is off to Dallas, Fort Worth.
Delta 2437, freeway to company off the nose, and then taxi Delta Papa to the gate.
So I see, caught you looking, I see your comment. I know that that had happened. Has that happened again?
What a nightmare.
We were just a little north of the St. Pete Clearwater Airport, so we always had traffic climbing out after, you know, rotating, taking off, or arrivals coming in out of the north.
Delta 2962, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
Yeah, Allegiant has got a lot of traffic in and out of St. Pete Clearwater. 3-letter airport code, PIE.
Here's 713 Sierra Yankee. It's the only Sun Country 737 in their fleet without winglets. To keep an eye out for where Aer Lingus is going to go. My guess is north side.
On 2167, turn right. Contact ground on point niner. Have a good night. The 4266 Minneapolis Tower 1020, take gust 17, right 12 left of the line. 2104 Minneapolis Tower 12 right, line up boys. Right. 2167, contact ground point niner.
It's Delta 2027 from San Jose. That was a 3-hour, 4-minute flight. Of course, always the workhorse for Delta, the 73-9ER.
2027, turn left.
3 out of the last 4 flight segments that I have flown, that's what I have been on.
And here's Aer Lingus.
Yep, north side.
Delta 2027, Minneapolis ground. I am showing that gate occupied. Is it left pole from your angle? Delta 2027, make a left.
All right, here's
turn
American
on
Airlines
Alpha.
off to Dallas.
Taxi via Alpha, Charlie, runway 22, and then on runway 22, hold short of Charlie 6. Air 2104, heading 120, contact departure, have a good day. Delta 127, affirmative, and I guess I should have said Charlie, left turn Bravo onto the runway, and then short of Charlie. Charlie, Bravo.
All right, here goes Delta 2145 to San Diego, A321.
Shamrock 988, tower 123.95. 123.95, number 9. I'm just going to hang you out there at the gate and start you moving in about 8 minutes. Your edict is 0032, so I can get you airborne 0027. Oh, on up away. Guys, 4266 Minneapolis, contact you, pop to the gate.
Yet another departure on 128.
Go for throttle up to Fairbanks. It's Delta 397.
Clear for takeoff 12 right, heading 120, Delta 2560. Wind 030 gust 17. Thank you.
Whoa.
Wow, yep. It'd be interesting to be sitting down in the cell phone lot to see where they're actually rotating.
090, contact departure, have a good day.
In the turn now to 090 over departure Delta 397.
Shamrock 988, runway 12 left, fly, runway heading, clear for takeoff. It's Charlie Bravo to the gate.
Charlie Bravo to the gate, Delta 20. Ground United 370.
United 370, ground.
Yeah, so per us, we're going to be headed back to the gate here shortly. We're going back to Echo 7.
United 370, roger, advised, ready to taxi back.
Roger, looking up, thank you. 370.
Section 13, Minneapolis, star 10308, gust 17, airline 12 right, middle line.
Ramps are on.
Right, okay.
There goes Shamrock. Off the north side, back to Dublin.
We also got a red tail salute, RJ. Don't miss it.
Mark 988, heading 105, contact departure, have a good day.
Delta 605, I'm just pushing the tug with the airplane out of your gate. Taxi via Bravo to the gate. They should be able to move by the time you get there.
All right, taxi via Bravo to the gate, Delta 605. Thank you.
Delta 21.
And just off to the left
And out of the gate.
Where's my mind?
is
Delta 21,
Shamrock
67 Alpha.
off the north side.
Say 120, have a great day,
They're already out
Delta
of sight.
21.
Yeah, oh, they're still up there.
Taxi via Alpha Delta, cross runway 22.
Alpha Delta cross.
So if you have a seat on the left side of our Reno departure that just went by us, you might be able to see Shamrock.
Tug 8, Seaway to traffic off the left, and then taxi Alpha.
So they were sitting behind this United 737 for quite some time.
Yep, so they worked out whatever they had going on, and I heard on ATC that our United flight over there, I think I heard him say that they might be taxiing back to the gate.
Michael Larson, our managing producer, also moderator in charge today, has let us know that
962, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa,
Southwest
cross runway
Canyon
22.
Blue Retro is on final. Named after influential pilot for Southwest, Colleen Barrett. The Desert Gold Retro livery is named after the founder of Southwest Airlines, Herb Keller.
Yep, and that is behind our next arrival. And I can see them.
You all right? There you go. United's on the move, and it looks like they might be headed back to the gate here. Because there's a time limit that they can run up to in order to wait before they have to go back to the gate here.
Medevac Life Link 7, Minneapolis, sir.
United, they're going to be left on Delta.
$1613 Alpha 5 works, just turn left behind that Airbus, please. Contact ground off point 9er. Alpha 5 behind the bus, ground point 9, Delta.
All right, so there's our United flight that was supposed to depart to Denver. It is now headed back to the gate after waiting for what seemed like an eternity on board, I'm sure, with the passengers and crew having to get word that Denver was in a ground stop. They missed their window. They had to sit and wait for a long time, and they kind of reached their limit to how long they can wait before they have to basically return to the gate and everyone has to deplane. So hope that folks can get their travel plans rearranged or get out of here at some point. Because dealing with a situation like that is very stressful. Now arriving on runway 12 right. Here we go. Southwest's Canyon Blue Retro, named after Colleen Barrett.
15 minutes ago. I'm going to put you taxi via Alpha Delta, left at Charlie 5, and then on to runway 4. On runway 4, hold short of Quebec.
So, Alpha Charlie for Delta. Sorry, I misspoke. Charlie 6 onto the runway and then short of Quebec.
Okay, understand Alpha, Delta, Charlotte 6, back taxi on the runway short of Quebec on 422 for Delta 15.
Got it. 2 left for the land. So 2962 Minneapolis start, it's moving here in about 4.5 minutes. Turn left, contact ground on point 9, good day.
Turn left, ground point 9, good day, American 2806. American 806 on Alpha 5 to Echo 30.
American 2806, Minneapolis.
So cool to see the Canyon Blue colors grace
Alpha Delta American.
MSP with its presence again. It's one amazing livery.
1259 Minneapolis Tower 1020 at 9, runway 12 right to the land. Richard 636, turn right, country ground point 9.
Right turn, ground point 9, Thunder 636, good day.
Good day.
Ground Thunder 3636, join Whiskey, Parking Hotel 8.
Good day, 636, taxi to Whiskey, Delta.
Whiskey Delta, depart Thunder 3636.
All right, so RJ, what does our flight arrival and departure outlook for the remainder of our broadcast going to shape up to be? What do we have coming in that's notable going out? I know we still have Delta 162, Delta 298 Heavy, and also 1484 Heavy. So there is still plenty of heavy action coming your way down the pipe here on MSP Airport Live. So stick around. The fun is far from over.
Yeah, we have our two A350s going on opposite directions between here and Detroit. We've got Iceland Air that's going to be scheduled to depart at about 7:30, which is coming up here in the next few minutes. Back to Reykjavik.
We've also got Air France that will be making the trek back home.
Yep, their updated departure is 8:30.
Oh, we'll be out here for that.
Papa Charlie, Charlie 6.
Because typically their departure time as scheduled when they're on time is 7:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
We've got 162 Heavy at 8:05 to Amsterdam. Rome, 8:15. Of course, these are all Central Time. So that's to name a few.
The traffic 2 turn left, take 100, contact departure. Have a good day.
So I was in the process of kind of looking in on the chat to kind of get us caught up on that, to see what everybody is saying. Okay. Patrick Halsey says Delta 170 from Korea to MSP was diverted to Seattle earlier for a medical.
Oh.
Assume has not arrived yet.
I thought I was tripping when I hadn't seen that A350 because I thought, where is 170?
Load of 2057 or 3400 outside
2057 Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon, 10109
Oh, we got to get PJ. PJ's Aviation. Love being on the show. Probably one of the best days of the year for me. Thanks for letting me on the show.
Yeah, no problem.
So welcome. And we've got a question from Steve Lundleby. Alex, when is your next show? If things work out, I might be coming through there this week.
So we'll pull that up here on our live broadcast so you all can see. Our next live show this Wednesday afternoon.
Ground, 636. Waiting on our ground crew. Okay, we just sit here for a second. Secretary 636, your gate is open, correct? It is
and
open.
Alan Campbell shares Delta
Yep,
inaugurated MSP
up,
service on June
Thank
1st, 1984. And Tom Samuelson also adds some information into that. Delta started with 3 or 4 daily trips to Atlanta, all 727-200s if you remembered correctly.
Very good. Delta 20.
And MS Sports Fan 88 says, why is Denver International having a ground stop? What is the weather?
Yep.
Lots going on here that we're trying to keep up with. That's Delta 2724, former Northwest A320 from Nashville, getting the red tail salute.
Turn left, contact ground on point 9er.
Point 9, we'll see it up 2724. Encore 8786, air correction 89, 86 Minneapolis ground, push bird runway 1 to the left. No, 2724 on the ground, we're going to Charlie 13. 2724, taxi Alpha Delta, Quebec. Alpha Delta, Quebec, Delta. 2724.
4003 Minneapolis Tower, 1010 runway 1 left to the left.
North Midwest Buzzsaw, yeah, thanks for backing us up on that. Yeah, that's what we thought that we had heard in regards to Denver, so that just reconfirms it.
Still 2724, we're going to Charlie 3 now.
And Tommy Hawk, thanks for being a new subscriber. He says, I'll be flying into MSP for the very first time on New Year's Day, coming back to the U.S. from my trip to Denmark via Amsterdam.
1159,
Speaking of,
Okay, Metro.
just touching down from Indianapolis, Delta 2057, former Northwest A320. Flight time, 1 hour and 21 minutes.
Delta 2057, turn left, contact ground on point 9er. Have a good day.
left 19, Delta 2057, good day.
follow a guy on YouTube.
Sorry, who's that?
Alan Campbell, does MSP still have the photos when they filmed the movie Airport in 1969 on display?
For 8986, affirmative. Yeah, I did give you a call earlier. Must not have heard it. Push approved 1-2 left.
That's 2057 on Alpha going to Pakistan.
2057 Minneapolis ground, Texas gave you Alpha.
So Alex had his headset off. I didn't know if he heard me ask me that
2724, you
question.
taxed on the pushback off the right there.
Did you hear that question?
No, unfortunately, I did not.
Okay, so I can reread it here. Alan Campbell is asking, does MSP still have the photos when they filmed the movie Airport in 1969 on display?
They should. Don't know the exact answer offhand, but I'm willing to bet they still do.
Oh, Patrick's given us an update for Delta 170, the A350 that has diverted. Now scheduled for 10:41 p.m.
So 2313, turn left, contact ground on point 9er. Have a good day. Ground point 9, Delta 2313.
From Tower 327 Romeo X-ray over Kansas, visual 12 right.
Tower 327 Romeo X-ray Minneapolis Tower 1030 9er, I 12 right.
Making some pretty good progress on the Emergency Services Center, just behind the new fire station.
Hello, 22 Minneapolis Tower 1030 9er, I 12 right, go to land.
It's going to be quite the structure when completed.
Minneapolis ground, push your discretion.
The ground on point 9er.
There's another close-in view of MSP Tower.
Number 4, affirmative, push is your discretion.
Push at our discretion, report.
You bet, Steve? Steve says that might work.
23 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Want to put up this message here real quick. Michael Larson, our managing producer, says hello to our roughly 300 live viewers from the remote control booth all the way up in cabin country.
Hi, Micah.
In Ely, Minnesota. Great way to spend a Sunday evening. I could not agree more.
Air 5484 Minneapolis Tower 10308, round 12 left of the line.
Folks, be sure to join the discussion after our broadcast is over. Everything MSP Spotting. Join the brand new MSP Airport Spotting Discord server. Link is in the top of the live chat box. Also pinned in the description below.
Who is that?
To get started and join the community.
Still 2009 runway 12 left, taxi via pop across runway 4.
12 left, pop across.
Buckets.
3500 Minneapolis Tower 10308, runway 12 direct go line.
Up here, clear line 1 right.
7 Romeo X-ray.
That was a Dassault Falcon
To the ramp, have a good night.
2000 LXS. It did not say where it came from, at least on my end.
Oh boy, that tug is backing up that 757-300 with a passion.
Super 4 ready for tow.
Oh, they're empty.
Super 4, Toby Alpha Charlie, hold shorter runway 12 right.
And we also have another arrival
Runway 12 right.
that's on short final for 12 right.
24, 89, 86, runway 12 left, taxi to Papa.
Speaking of, they must have been able to get out of Denver. Okay, it's Delta 1172. They left an hour and 29 minutes ago.
Super 4, I need the call sign with the hold short read back. Hold short of runway 12 right at Charlie.
Alpha Charlie, Super short of 12 right, Super 4.
Hey, Super 4, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 126.7.
2309, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17. Push approved, runway 17, 2309. 73 ground. 73, I understand you're going to hold your push. Are you going to be back with me shortly?
We'll get back.
73, sounds good.
4 Minneapolis Tower, traffic's on a 5-mile final at Charlie, cross on track. Can it be at Charlie at Delta, monitor ground point 9er?
Also, folks, coming up on the broadcast, we'll have Air France that'll be departing. We'll have Delta 298 Heavy to Rome, Italy with the A330-300. Also with the same equipment type. Delta 162 to AMS. We'll have Delta 1484 Heavy with the A350 off to Detroit Metro. We're still awaiting the departure of Iceland Air's MAX 9, and also we are going to await the departure of our Southwest Canyon Blue Retro 737 MAX 8 that just came in.
2749, Maps ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
And don't forget about 1484 to Detroit, a.k.a. Big Sexy.
Yep. Oh, yeah, and 1303, that's the arrival the other direction with the A350 from Detroit. So there is plenty more down the pipe here from MSP Airport.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry. You need my shoulder?
No, I think I'll be fine, but...
According to Flight Radar, 1484 is scheduled for a 7:45 departure, but they're saying 10:40.
Oh, well.
Gosh darn.
Runway 46, Maps ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
So 2809 Minneapolis Tower and 12 left, channel setting 100, cleared for takeoff.
I might have some better news, though, in regards to 1303.
2045, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
Go ahead, let's hear it.
They are en route. 34,000 feet, ground speed 473 knots. They are 49 minutes out. They are currently over Lake Michigan, approaching the east most coast of the state of Wisconsin. So we'll get them coming in, but we won't get the departure from here going out. I mean, it'll happen, but it's going to be late.
Sun Country 500, Minneapolis ground, taxi to the gate via Whiskey Delta.
Encore 986 Minneapolis Tower and 12 left, line of flight traffic on a 6-mile hop.
We'll pull up this next question here from Tommy Hawk.
73, Minneapolis.
Never heard of Sun Country before. Is that a special airline that's specific to the Midwest? Yes.
Until they move away from the gate.
Born and raised in Minnesota. Now, they're not owned by a company that is based here in Minnesota, but their headquarters is actually here at MSP Airport. So Sun Country is an ultra-low-cost carrier that competes with Frontier, Spirit, other hybrid carriers such as JetBlue. Sun Country also has a big competition with Southwest.
Lima, cross
If you have not flown Sun Country Airlines
before,
before, I would actually encourage folks to check it out at least once.
Delta 2087 Minneapolis ground use caution for the Super Tug.
That is Sun Country.
Approved 12 left.
Okay, we'll use caution for the...
You know what we are going to get,
push
though?
through, go. 12 left, Delta 2087.
Would.
We're going to get a 7-5 departure to Orlando.
2846, runway 1 to right, taxi
Delta
via Papa
2309
Mike
is
Alpha, cross
pushed
runway
over
4.
there, working on detaching from the tug.
We got the Dash 8 Q400 taken off on the north side on the north parallel, runway 12 left.
Delta 2749, runway 1 to right, taxi via Papa Mike Alpha, cross runway 4.
WestJet.
1 to right, Papa Mike Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 2749.
5022 Minneapolis ground, taxi gate via Alpha Delta Quebec. 1613
Also, big
Toronto,
thank you to
Quebec,
the
Airport
folks
gate.
that just joined the new MSP Airport Spotting Discord server. If you haven't, check the pinned link at the top of the live chat box. Also, visit the description down below to get started in the discussion.
Behind the RJ off the left, Super 3.
Behind the RJ.
Looking at creating an amazing space where MSP App Geeks can get real-time updates, share information, photos, videos, share video and photo, tips and tricks, post links to upcoming live streams, information about webcams, all that fun stuff, all about MSP Airport.
Delta 2309, I think I told you runway 17, I meant to say runway 12 right. You need
And even talk about flight sim games.
Okay, Delta 2309.
Like X-Plane, Microsoft Flight Simulator.
RJ passenger tail and a 71 under tow. After the 71 goes by, runway 12 right, taxi Alpha.
Even
cross
Infinite
runway
Flight.
4.
Okay, after the traffic, Alpha, cross 4 to 1. Right, Delta 2309.
For 3, monitor tower 126.7.
127.
Tower 1360 Minneapolis Tower, wind 0206, gust 16, runway 12 right for the line.
Here comes Delta. Oops, I'm so used to saying Delta. This is Sun Country 1914 from Grand Rapids.
It's been a very Delta kind of day, I don't blame
Yeah.
you.
Delta monitor ground point 9er.
Cross 1 right, then start with Delta monitor ground point.
Out in front of you. Turn right up Bravo and hold short of Alpha 10 for the sequence.
Alright, Bravo short Alpha 10.
Delta 2846, monitor tower on 126.7 and he'll call you out.
Alright, 267, have a good night. Delta.
So our Delta 2309 75 rocket ship service to Orlando is on the move. 75-300, former Northwest Red Tail.
Taxi via Whiskey Delta to the gate.
She will get her salute on
Delta
departure.
2749, you'll sequence beyond the 757 at the Mike Alpha intersection. They're pretty well ahead of you, though. Shouldn't be much of a factor.
Copy, we'll follow company traffic, Delta 2749.
Region 246, wait for Sun Country to pass the tail, then you can push, and 12 right for departure. 246 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
Alright, push approved, 12 right, at least.
Delta 2692, push approved, runway 12 left. 31914, make a Whiskey Charlie, Charlie 2.
Whiskey Charlie, Charlie 2 to 1519. Ground up 2485. Hey, the company we're following is not going to 12 left here, so we can do it straight on Papa.
You sure are.
Okay, straight on Papa, Delta 145.
These cameras will record to professional broadcast cameras. It's a really good response. Yeah, if you want like a raw like video feed with that
That's 1209 Minneapolis Tower, 12 right, line up way.
12 right.
2846 Minneapolis Tower, follow the 75.
I'll follow 75.
Sun Country 1816 from Milwaukee. 49-minute flight, less than an hour.
Delta 2268 ground 1C.
Well, they made some pretty good time.
Your push is approved, runway 12 right.
Also, folks, the gate is back on Allegiant and Icelandair over at T2. So we'll be capturing the Icelandair departure here in moments. But first, we have a Delta 757-300 departure that will motor off into the evening skies above the Twin Cities. It's an ex-Northwest Red Tail. And here she is lining up with runway 12 right. Getting ready to blast off.
Yep, this is the flight to Orlando. Turn and burn. Let's go.
Taxi India, Charlie and Charlie 1.
Charlie 156.
Charlie and Bravo start of the tunnel.
Alright, so return to Tri 6 Charlie, Bravo, short of the
Watch your climb out. That's natural for a 7.5.
Yep.
120 over to departure, Delta 2309, good night.
ground, leading 246, ready to taxi, back.
Engine 246, runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Delta Whiskey to 12 right, cross 4 on Whiskey, Aviation, 246.
All right, now we got a 717 that is about to blast off.
12 right, Delta 2846.
Delta 2749 Minneapolis Tower, 12 right, line up wait, traffic 7 miles.
All right, here they go.
12 right, Delta 2749.
Headed to Newark. Delta 2846.
Alaska 229, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
Push approved, 12 left, thanks, Alaska 229.
And you know what, Alex? I could still see the 7.5 out there.
It's leaving a nice trail of smoke.
Yes.
Delta 2749,
Just has a smoky exhaust. Nothing is wrong with it.
That's natural.
Yep. Especially for the Pratt & Whitney PW2000 turbofans that are equipped to Delta's fleet of 757s.
So I challenge everybody to stand up that's watching from home and get ready to start your roll to rotate salute, because now we're going to get to show 2749 former Northwest A320 to Austin. There she goes.
The 2027 behind in opposite direction, C-Series, taxi around the tunnel and hold short of gate 11.
Flight 641, visual 12 right.
Plus 641 Minneapolis, Tower 1030 gust 16, drawing 12 right, go land.
All right, clear land.
Here's Allegiant.
Plus 2749, heading 120, contact departure, good day.
Heading 120 departure, Delta 2749, good day.
Yeah, Iceland Air is also now pushed too.
42.
So
Yep, so we'll get them departing fairly soon.
So Patrick Halsey says in regards to Sun Country, great years ago used to serve sliders for food. Yep, flew to vacation spots from MSP, then over time added more cities. Earlier, since vacation airline, everybody was happy, including
Charlie,
crew.
cross runway 1 direct, interview Charlie Delta, monitor ground on point 9er.
Better cross 1 to right, Charlie, monitor point 9 on Sunday. 2692, monitor ground point 8.
691 direct to land.
Clear land, go right, Delta. For 2027, on Bravo, continue up to and hold short of the 321 downfield and to your gate when they leave. ISO 656, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie 2, Mike, and Whiskey, crossing 822.
1, 2, right, taxi by Charlie 2, Mike, Whiskey, cross runway 22, ISO 656.
So 656, the Sun Country off your left turns into a gate prior to your intersection.
Oh, thank you, ISO 656.
Minnesota, Delta departure, Romeo, altimeter 2996.
The give way to the Sun Country, they're going to turn in about 10 feet.
Cool, ISO 656.
Ready for taxi, stay again. 2268, runway 1 right, taxi via Alpha, crossing the course. Super Tuck 8, Minneapolis ground at Charlie 2, give way to ice there.
Give way to ice, Charlie 2, Tuck 8.
Spot 5229, runway 1 left, taxi via Delta Papa, across runway 22.
Okay, 1 left, Delta Papa, cross 22 Alaska, 229.
ISO 656, the Delta Tug off the right, waits for you.
Thank you, ISO 656.
Delta 2027 behind Alaska, exit in the alley, taxi in via Charlie, correction. Delta 12.
Iceland Air is now on the move.
In the alley, taxi in via Charlie 6.
And they are headed this way, RJ.
Delta 1242.
It looks like they're crossing 422 behind us. I know our audience can't really see it because we can't swing the camera around in that direction too well, but we might get a mic taxi with Iceland Air.
Yeah, let's see what they do here. In the meantime,
Oh, yeah, we're going to get a mic taxi.
26, forward and taxi via Whiskey Delta.
So look out from behind. Iceland Air is going to be making its way right by us.
so Alan Campbell says Sun Country was started by ex-Braniff personnel in the 80s.
Yep.
Okay.
That's where the airline's quirky identity comes from.
And JJ in 2 says in 2 weeks I should be flying off from there to Indonesia. I was going to pick Sun Country, but since I'm not a frequent flyer, I'd rather choose United since the times I've traveled, it's always with them.
7851 behind Delta off to right, taxi in via Charlie 6. Delta 42, the Air Canada left waits for you.
Delta 1242.
Delta 2385 is ground. Wait for Air Canada to park at Echo 3, then you're pushing to approve, runway 12 right.
Wait for Air Canada and then push approve for 12 right, Delta 1385.
Here's Icy.
Delta 4635, contact ground point at our good day.
Ground point at good day, Delta 26. Ground, Delta 2665.
Delta 2675 is ground. Say again the gate.
Charlie 3, Delta 2675.
Delta 25, very good. Taxi via Alpha, Delta and Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec, again, Delta 2675.
So Alex Simon says his hot take, Allegiant should get Neos. Do they have any on order?
I don't think they do. Of course, it would be a really good option for them because they already fly the Airbus A320 family. They wouldn't have to do much in the way of getting new type rating certificates for their pilots.
Delta 1846, turn left, contact ground point.
I think a lot of people were surprised when Allegiant decided that they were going to go with the Boeing 737 Maxes for their new aircraft rather than the 320, 321 Neos.
126.7.
Zach says, I saw the aquarium at Mall of America and didn't know how close it was to the airport yesterday. Yep, we're pretty close.
Delta 1846 is ground. Taxi via Alpha, runway 4 and hold for Charlie 6.
For me, it always used to be somewhere I could only go to when I would, fly up here. My mom and I would be up here on occasion. But now I could go there anytime because I now live back up here. And when I left Minnesota to go down to Florida, it was not here.
Delta 2695, monitor ground on point 8.
Ground point 8, Delta 2695, see ya.
Allegiant 246, Minneapolis, County, runway 12 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 12 right, Allegiant 246.
They landed short. That's the 2264 from Tampa, speaking of. 739ER.
Delta 1846 down the ground, 511.
2 hours and 48 minutes. That's about right.
Sorry about that.
Coming up northbound. Going down, it's usually a little bit longer.
Delta 2264, turn left.
Or a little bit shorter.
Left ground point 9, Delta 54.
Had it the other way around. All right, who's gonna go?
It's Allegiant's turn.
2264 is contact via Alpha, good day. Via Alpha, Delta 46.
And Allegiant is headed back to Asheville.
12 right, line up and wait.
To North Carolina, home to the largest estate in the U.S. It's the Biltmore Estate.
Delta 2268, 5 runway heading, runway 12 right, cleared for takeoff.
On your right, clear for takeoff, fly runway heading, Delta 2268.
Hi sir, 656 for Minneapolis, runway 12 right, line up and wait.
Yeah, Zachary says Allegiant at MSP just feels weird. Also surprised they're not departing off of 17. Well, right now 17 is not active.
There's a tailwind for 17 that's kept the departures off of that runway.
That was Delta 2268 headed down to Fort Myers.
Delta 2753, Minneapolis, good evening, wind 020 at 7, runway 12 right, Coeur d'Alene.
All right, here we go. Iceland Air back to Reykjavik.
46 minutes, ground 175 clears the alley. Your push is approved. Runway 12 right. Clear push into the alley. Climb for 12 right. Sub 22, 46, clear push, don't have to leave, then your push is approved. Wind to the 75. Sub 35, runway 12 right, next to be Delta Alpha, cross runway 4. Delta Alpha, cross runway 4, 12 right, Delta 2385. Delta 1846, your gate's pushing now. I'll get you in as soon as I can.
Whoa, they're way down there. We need runway 422's length.
Well, if they were any heavier, they probably would have needed the extra real estate. So now we're waiting on Air France. We got Delta going to AMS, Rome. Also keep in mind, folks, we still have yet to catch the departure of our Southwest Canyon Blue Retro livery, named after Colleen Barrett.
Delta 2246, see if the push crew can pull to the top of the alley. Fox would also like to push. Say again for 2246? Delta 2246, pull to the top of the alley. Fox would like to push as well. Alright, pull to the top of the alley to Delta 2246. So that Fox 3 can push. Here. Delta 2733 on the ground, A73 is pulling to the top of the alley. Reference them, your push is approved, runway 12 left.
Alright, we'll reference them and push for 12 left, Delta 26.
So the 2614, runway 12 left, taxi via Alpha short of Alpha 4.
Alpha short of Alpha 4 to 12 left, Delta 2614.
Delta 2614, make the left turn out and taxi via Bravo short of the tunnel. I have more for you.
Delta 389, information Bravo, be a red taxi.
Delta 389, runway 12 right, taxi via Sierra, Mike Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Sierra, Mike Whiskey, fast 4 for 12 right, Delta 389.
So to let everybody know, another update on 1303 coming in from Detroit, being operated what we like to call big
Delta
sexy.
2753, turn left, contact ground.
Due in 28 minutes.
Take care.
30,000 feet, ground speed 417 knots at the moment.
3 ground, hold position. I'll get you moving as soon as 75 downfield moves.
Runway 12 right, quarter line.
And that's a look at Delta 2385 headed down to Tampa. That is a 75-200, but it's one of the 75s that had previously been a part of Delta's fleet when the merge happened between the two airlines with Delta and Northwest. So they both operated the 75, so some of them were former Northwest and some of them were and still are Delta. And that's one of them.
Delta 298 heavy on ground, be a couple minutes before I get your push. Stand by.
Hold on, Delta 298 heavy.
All right, looks like 298 Heavy off to Rome is getting ready to push here.
And so is our Canyon Blue livery with Southwest. The jet bridger has been pulled back, and their transponder is on.
No beacons quite yet, but yeah, they are certainly getting ready for pushback as well. And with 17 closed for departures, we're still on the parallels, RJ, even though that the airport was flipped midway through our program here today. We have maintained operations on just the two parallels.
2385, but answer, Roger, 1 arrival.
Increases the action level.
Oh, yes, it does.
Across 22 to 2246. Delta 2246, flying to ground point 8.
Fire ground point 8, Delta 24.
Delta 2733, only 1 2 left, taxi via Delta.
So we'll have one arrival in ahead of our departing 757-200 at Tampa. And then we'll get the 757-200 rocket departure.
Yep, and the arrival is going to be Sun Country 504 in the Tide Pod livery from Dallas.
State 1046 behind, company outbound from the alley, taxi in via Charlie 6.
Oh, we got a Sun Country 737 that just stuck up from behind. Taxiway Mike. That's 300 feet away.
Southwest 1566, minutes ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
Yeah, I didn't even hear them coming. Although I know that getting a Mike taxi in that direction definitely would probably not have led to a wave, because on this side of the aircraft it's the captain. The left seat.
949, but Amazon, traffic pulled in position, wind 020 in. 757, transmit runway 12 right, quarter line.
12 right, clear to land again, yes.
Code 39, 6 minute Amazon, just over 7 Barrel citation, wind 020 at 6. Traffic hold in position, runway 12 right, quarter line.
12 right, quarter line,
7504, turn right, contact ground point 9er.
Right turn, ground point 9er, Sun Country 504.
Delta 2385, 5 runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 12 right, clear for takeoff on 2385. The Charlie 2. Whiskey, Charlie.
All right, here we go. The Delta 757-200 doing a turn and burn to Tampa.
Delta 260, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 22.
Alpha, cross 22.
Delta 2073, behind the 75, continues to Gulf 2 via Alpha. Delta 2614, behind the Q-series on the left, runway 12 left, taxi via Alpha, Delta.
So the next arrival might be a little interesting. It's going to be a Cessna Citation Latitude from Heber City.
After the 321, we're clear for
NetJets.
United 658.
Delta 78 Heavy Minneapolis ground behind the 321. They're just leaving your tail now. Your push is approved. Runway 12 right.
321, push approved. 1 runway 12 right.
Supertruck 3 minutes runway for a C series to park at Gulf 2. Then your push is approved.
Alright, push approved after Gulf 2 push. Super 3.
Super 3, they are inbound to Gulf 2.
Inbound to Gulf.
Delta 2385. Runway 12 right, line up and wait.
12 right, line up and wait. Sun Country 389.
So Alex, our Southwest Canyon Blue retro livery has pushed behind us. Strobes are flashing.
All right.
So we might need to be on the lookout for another Mike taxi.
Yeah, we'll have to be on the lookout.
And then we also need to keep a lookout passing by on the other side of our runway 12 right is going to be Delta 260 to Reykjavik, which is a 75200. So this is also a former Delta 75, and what's a little interesting is that to go back and check in here. A couple days ago, I think it was this particular flight was operated by a 76, aka 767. That was kind of weird.
Delta, Kilo 3, Lima. Cross runway.
Sun Country 389, contact departure.
We're departure, Sun Country 389.
So yeah, I went back and double checked on my notes. That Delta Reykjavik flight on Friday evening was operated by a 767 300.
Oh, neat.
Because I know I heard something flying close enough to me where I wondered, what is that? Of course, that's normal for me. And when I checked my flight radar, it's just like, whoa, that's the Reykjavik flight. But, woo, that was
available. Turn left there.
not operated by a 7.5 that night. It was a 7.6.
Turn left off of 4.
Oh, sorry about the beeping, folks. My scanner just
It's
needs
hungry.
new batteries. Hey, there's Canyon Blue.
And then contact point 9.
Hello.
Send you back.
Right turn on the Alpha ground.
There we go. We got some more juice for our scanner.
1603, turn left Alpha 4, and then a right turn to Alpha, contact point 9.
Right turn on Alpha.
Affirmative. It's just a taxiway restriction with the heavy Airbus. Delta 1503, good night. Delta 260, 5 runway heading, runway 12 right, cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading for takeoff, 12 right, 260.
Go 3792, but tower.
Here we go. Here's Delta to Reykjavik.
12 right, 1 point, that was 3792.
Can you say Delta forward, please? Okay, I'll just move it as soon as I can. Delta 298 heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha cross 1832.
Alpha cross 22, can we get to release on 3500 foot per second?
Delta 9 heavy, roll past it along.
Alpha cross 22.
Okay, West 3966, behind the heavy, caution way turbulence, continue taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec. Right, line up and wait, traffic set marker.
Halfway, 12 right, southwest.
Quebec. Fly heading 100, contact departure.
Sorry, departure heading 100.
Delta 3792 with Sky West is heading out to Wichita.
Yep, good traffic, expect 21 to left. Thanks.
Tower, Sun Country 1492, we're on the visual 12 right.
Okay, 3792, contact departure on the 120 heading.
Departure good day, Sky 3792.
1492 Minneapolis Tower, number 2, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Number 2, 12 right, clear to land, Sun Country 1492.
Southwest 1566, fighting 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Take from 12 right, 120 on the
The 658, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, Alpha, cross runway 22.
That's a max. You can tell by the sound.
Charlie, Alpha, phone 22, United 658.
Go Southwest Canyon Blue retro livery to Nashville.
Country 1814 Minneapolis Tower, number 3, wind 030 at 6, runway 12 right, cleared to land. Okay, West 3966 at Charlie 5, give way to a United Airbus.
At Charlie 5, give way to United Airbus, Sky West 39.
Sky 3966, thank you for your patience. Monitor ground on point 8.
Monitor ground point 8, Sky 3966.
Delta 1603, thank you for your patience. Monitor ground point 8. Delta 1603, monitor ground point 8.
Sun Country Tide Pod 1804 from New Orleans, 73-8.
United 258, you're released to O'Hare between 31 and 34.
Then headed down to the end of runway 12 right.
Runway 4 and hold
May
sort
have
of
seen in the background is Delta
Background,
298 to
point
Rome.
and Niner.
Whiskey point 9 and
She will get her salute for sure. Former Northwest A330 300.
658, thanks.
Yep.
So Zachary Boney says Iceland Air was also the first European airline I discovered too. I am glad they're still around. You know, my friend that flew back via Reykjavik back to Oslo, She didn't have anything bad to say.
Bravo, give way to company bus.
That's always a good sign.
United 658, company 73 on Mike and West. Thank you.
Those things happen, but
2198 Minneapolis Tower number 2. Wind 020 at 7, runway 12 right, cleared to land. Runway 12 right.
Alan Crow says, thank you for making arrivals and departures sound fun and lively. The analysts are doing a fantastic job.
Well, thank you.
1492, turn right at Whiskey 3, taxi to be a Whiskey, contact ground point 9er. 3 Whiskey, ground point 658, monitor tower 126.7, I'll move you up in about 5 minutes. Thank you, monitor 267, yeah, 658. Sun Country Airport 297 ground, welcome back, taxi via Whiskey and Delta. Delta 24, correct, Delta 29, 62 ground, taxi via Bravo to the gate.
Well, looks like we got
Sorry, was that for 29?
quite a few more departures that are headed their way.
Bravo all the way to the gate. Thank you, sir, Bravo to the gate, Delta 29.
Well, it hasn't slowed down much. At least not yet.
Very true.
American 2364, Grand Ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
Approved, 12 right, American 2364.
So you know that United,
J-Team
that
14,
you
turn
were
right at
just
Whiskey
showing,
5, join Whiskey, contact ground
their
point
scheduled
9er.
departure was at 3:30.
5 Whiskey,
Holy cow!
14, guys, 3923, Minneapolis Tower number 2.
There they are.
Position, a heavy Airbus 330, caution light turbulence wind 030 at 9er gust.
Boy, are they glad to be out of here or what?
Actually, it's the second one.
Oh, the second one. Never mind.
Yeah, there's two of them. So
Oh, wait a minute.
actually,
yeah,
it's that one, and then
Denver.
the first one. They're both supposed to go to Chicago.
Oh, Chicago.
The first one had a 5:15 departure.
Gulf Lug, can you push in, make the right turn and join Alpha.
So the one that's
taxi all the way
closest to
down.
the A330.
Left turn Alpha 1 on the Bravo short of Alpha 2. That'll get you back as quick as possible. 12 right, you're next.
The second one that had the 3:30 scheduled departure, it looks like they've pulled into the penalty box. And that's kind of a bummer, since they're already so delayed.
You got it, thank you.
There they are. Or wait a minute. I think they were just stopping and waiting for that Delta 737-900ER to pass.
Yeah, okay. Then that's even better. That was Delta 2198 from LAX.
All right, now it's Delta 298 Heavy off to Rome, Italy.
2198, turn left at Alpha 3, join Alpha behind the C series there, contact ground on point 9er.
Alpha 3, Alpha ground, up to 2198.
Delta 298, heavy wind 030 at 9er, gust 17, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff. Heading 120, cresting up, overheight, Delta 298. Delta 22198, contact the Alpha, Charlie, and Quebec. Delta 1144, Minneapolis ground, push approve, runway 12 right. Delta 1072, pretty good danger gate push now. If you want to keep making that left turn on the Bravo, then at Alpha 2, rejoin Alpha on Alpha short of Alpha 3. Right, clear to land.
Land 12 right, 37.
Roger. We have tower runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic's 5 out, a heavy.
12 right, line up and wait, Delta 1469.
Altitude 98 heavy, turn left, heading 105.
105 heading.
Okay, 3923, turn left at Alpha 4, it looks like. Join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er.
Alpha 4, Alpha ground, point 9er today, so
Altitude 98 heavy, contact departure. 1469, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, caution wake turbulence, last departure was the heavy Airbus 330.
Heading 120, clear for takeoff, 12 right, Delta 1469.
220, Minneapolis tower, caution wake turbulence, you're 4.8 miles and trails the heavy Airbus 350. Wind 080 at, correction, wind 050 at 8, gust 17, runway 12 right, clear to land. American 2364, runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Alpha, cross runway 22.
12 right via Delta Alpha, cross 22, American 2364.
American 2364 at Alpha, give way to an Embraer.
Next up for arrival on runway 12 right.
Sun Country 1814, ground.
Hey, looks like we
It's an A350 alert.
here. They're going to be pushing off.
It's Delta 1303 Heavy from Detroit, Michigan.
Right turn at Sierra on a Charlie, short of Charlie 1.
Sierra, Charlie, short of Charlie 1, Sun Country 1814.
So we didn't get the departure tonight
Alpha, give way to an
because they're
Embraer.
running late, but we're going to get the arrival.
American 2364.
Skywest 3923 at Delta, you'll see an American, they wait for you. Copy, Skywest 17, runway 12 right, line up and wait. 12 right, line up and wait. That is 658. Sun Country 220, if you can, reduce to the final. Heavy, turn left at Alpha 4 and join Alpha, contact ground on point 9er.
Alright, Alpha 4 off.
No delay off, please. United 658, wind 04010, gust 17, flighting 120, runway 12 right without delay, clear for takeoff. Heading 120, 12 right, quick takeoff, United 658. Delta 13 goes in front, taxi via Alpha.
3 Alpha, crossing runway 4 in front of the heavy.
So that was United 658 that's just rotated for Chicago O'Hare, and right after, and they just barely start their climb out, we have Sun Country 220 that has just landed from Cincinnati. I know, Alex, you were following the departure, and I was watching the arrival.
So it came pretty close to being a go-around.
Yeah, I was wondering.
There's 1303 Heavy that just arrived from Motown, Detroit, Michigan.
Contact ground on point 9, or you might have an occupied gate. 0.9.
And when we thought that that United 73 MAX 8 over there was just kind of holding for another aircraft to pass by, no, they're just still sitting over there. That's United 1531 that was supposed to have had a 3:30 departure.
220 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Whiskey Delta. 73 ground is 2 Charlie open. Thank you. Delta 2683 ground, your push is approved. Runway.
Micah commented on the spacing job by MSP Tower. That was an H of a spacing job. That is as close as it gets. Any closer, we would have seen a go-around.
November, Lima, and crossing 17. Super 4, Monitor Tower 1267.
Monitor 1267, Super 4.
Sun Country 1814 near Hotel 2 Bravo, is that correct?
Affirmative, 1814.
Alright, they're leaving now. You can make a right turn. Charlie 1 Delta depart.
Charlie 1 Delta depart. Sun Country 1814.
Christopher Kurtz, welcome to Bay Cabin. Thank you so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member.
Delta 1144, you may be stuck on the Super Tug on crossing.
Sorry, I meant to get to that earlier. It's just hard to try and find a break where we can pop those on screen because they have to be manually activated. And of course, with all the action going on, we'd rather get that. But regardless, welcome aboard.
Product 4, Minneapolis Tower on 22, cross, runway 12 right, traffic hold position. Continue 22, Sierra Charlie, control point 11.
Continue on 22, cross, runway 12 right. Continue on 22, Sierra Charlie, control point 11, Super 4.
Product 4, monitor ground, point 9er.
Monitor point 9, Super 4.
Okay, 3915, contact departure. I just thought check it out.
All right, here goes American off runway 12 right. And it's with their noble steed in the domestic service department, the 737 Next Gen Series. This is a Dash 800, the base variant for the 737 Next Gen Series. This is the generation of 737s that preceded the MAX line from Boeing.
12 right, line up and wait, Delta 1032.
1032, companies at the marker, come at 737 inbound.
Roger.
Delta 29, 35 Minneapolis Tower, company hold the position, wind 040 at 9, adjust 20, runway 12 right, clear 2 lines. American 2364, contact departure. Take care, American 2364. Delta 1032, wind 040 at 8, gust 20, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Look at the sunset.
1 right, clear for takeoff, heading 120, Delta 1032.
Get enough of the 757, RJ? Well, guess what? We got one more coming down the pipe here for departure.
Super Duck 3 ground, your push is approved.
Push approved, Fox 1, Super 3.
Headed to Atlanta.
Yeah, push tower. Number 2, wind 040 at 8, gust 20, runway 12 right,
It's Delta 1032.
3799, traffic will hold in position. If you can, start reducing
Yeah,
to your
we've had
final.
our share of 7.5s
We're
today.
going out.
I'm not complaining.
Neither am I.
I'll sleep good
Been
tonight.
kind of awesome. Check that out, folks.
Hold short of runway 128.
Charlie, hold short of 2 right.
Check out that sunset.
The 2683 and 128, taxi via Delta Alpha, crossing Mach 4.
2 right, get Delta, Alpha, cross
Product 3 on Charlie, hold short of Bravo.
040 at 8, gust 20.
Let's go wait 1 2 right, Delta 140.
So to me, they landed a little bit on the shorter side. And that happened to be Delta 2935 from Salt Lake City.
4, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er, no delay off, please.
And as one arrives, one will depart.
44, fighting 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
31 2 take off 1 2 right, Delta 140.
The 2935 Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, back, Delta.
Unit 1531, follow at Delta C series from the left.
So sneaking in a couple of comments here. Joe Gordon says, hi guys, new subscriber here. Watching watching the planes take off here. Then 5 minutes later, looking out my bedroom window to watch them pass by my house is rather entertaining. It's kind of the same way for me where I live because I'll track them on flight radar, and if the 12s are active, and then I have to kind of watch them as they start their climb out, and as they turn to the northeast, depending on how they do that, I see them accordingly. Sometimes they literally fly so directly over my house, my head is like tilted as far back as I can go.
3799, turn left at Alpha 5.
Alan Crow says, I quite simply love watching airplanes arrive and take off safely. Just enjoying this live stream. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Product 3, monitor ground, point 9er.
Monitor ground, point 9.
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, our United 737 MAX 8 is on the move again.
Alpha, looking Charlie 26.
3799, Minneapolis ground taxi Alpha Delta Quebec.
Delta Quebec, Skywest 30.
I'm sure they're all happy.
2 right, clear 2 left.
Exhausted at the same time.
Yeah, it's been a long
sure.
day. I mean, they were supposed to have had a, 3:30 departure. It's 8:45.
Ground Secure 397, ready to taxi.
Circuit 397, runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Whiskey, correction, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway 12 right.
The drive on.
Alright, 12 left, taxi via Delta, hold short, 12 right.
No, it's not.
Goes 3799, monitor point 8.
This would be all yellow.
Monitor point 8, 3790, excuse me.
That's just letting you know that there's a point it's supposed to be. So, okay.
2683, traffic's 4 out, runway 12 right, line up and wait.
Monitor point 12 right, Delta 26.
False alarm.
I wasn't going to miss that salute. Delta 2392 from Jacksonville, former Northwest A320.
.2392, turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er.
Alpha 4, Alpha ground, point 9, Delta 2392.
2683, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, traffic's 2 out.
120, 17 out, 12 right,
Delta 2225, may start.
All right, how about some 8220 action?
Wind 030 at 7, gust 18, runway 12 right, clear 2 land.
Clear to land 12 right, Delta 2225.
Headed to Houston.
.2683, contact departure.
Departure Delta 2683.
And for our CRJ fans, here comes Endeavor 5397 from Sioux Falls, -900.
1531.
34 minutes.
Right, line up and wait. Traffic 4 out. Sun Country 397, Minneapolis Tower. Traffic hold in position full length at Delta cross. Runway 12 right without delay. Continue Delta Papa.
Cross 12 right, Delta, continue Delta Papa.
Sun Country 397, the Airbus on the other side waits for you. Endeavor 5397, turn left at Alpha 5, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er.
Alpha 5, left.
Country 397 on Papa, cross runway 4, continue Delta Papa, monitor ground, point 9er.
Delta Papa, on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor point 9, 397.
At 1531, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, no delay.
Delay, clear for takeoff, 12 right, heading 120, United 1531. Tower, good evening, guys. 2675 on the reach of 1
2675, Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 030 at 7, gust 18. Runway 12 right, cleared 2 land.
Number 2, runway 12 right, cleared to land, Delta 2675.
Runway 12 right.
Pushing in as some, get the from the 635 getting from the 12 right.
Yep, runway 12 right, for departure.
Yep, thanks. Pushing.
Signature 577, Minneapolis ground, push approved, 12 left.
Push through 12 left, Sun Country 1577.
Salute time for Delta 2225 coming in from Orlando, former Northwest 75300. Hey Alex, I think Air France is pushing.
I think they are too.
I thought I was looking over there seeing a red strobe.
2225, turn right, a right.
The thing of it was, is
where do you park?
I saw the one from the bottom, but not the top. So I wasn't sure
continue all the way down
if it was
to,
them or something
Whiskey
else.
3, turn right there, traffic's 2 mile final, turn right at Whiskey 3, and then right turn on Whiskey.
Whiskey 3, Whiskey right turns up to 2675 right side.
2675, what's your gate?
It's Charlie 9 or Delta 2675.
2675, expect a right turn.
Expect right turn Delta 2675.
Taxi via Whiskey 7, hold short of runway.
So we're going to do a spotter guide of the Air France 787-9 Dreamliner because these are fascinating airplanes that deserve a closer look. These aircraft handle services on the front end and the back end of Air France's route network. They are an integral part of keeping the entire French country and territories connected. And these aircraft, we see them all the time here at MSP, especially here in the United States and across North America. They also fly out to the outerlying French territories as well. So they are all across the system. They've got some impressive range. Over 8,700 miles. So they are a marathon runner when it comes to the large wide-body aircraft. They can do ultra-long haul, no problem. They're also powered by a pair of GE NX 1B turbofan engines. There's a couple of different options for the 787 engine choice when you're an airline ordering from Boeing. The GE NX engine was the option that Air France selected to go with, other than the Rolls-Royce Trent 1000 engine option. KLM also sports the same engine type on its 787-9 Dreamliners. This aircraft also just extends beyond 200 feet long. These aircraft are no joke, and they are magnificent to watch in action, no matter where you are. So there we go. There's our Air France flight. Getting ready.
So looking at flight radar, if her original scheduled departure time is what I'm looking at, which was 7:40 p.m., by the time she gets out of here, she's going to be roughly about, an hour and a half late. So made up some of the time that they were late coming in.
Yeah. I was going to say, they made up some time here.
Yeah. It can be done. But if you're late enough, like they were coming in, you're not going to make all of that up. You might be able to make some of it up.
1749 Mail Tower number 2, runway 12.
Brian Hamrick, welcome to Economy. Thanks for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Yeah, have fun with the new member emojis as well.
Turn off at Alpha 3.
Yeah, we've got a lot of other perks too that we're looking to roll out as well as time allows.
And I was checking in on 162 to Amsterdam. They had an 8:05 scheduled departure. They are delayed till 9:13.
What's left out the whole for 12 Sun Country 1577.
off your left is moving now. Any left turn? Left turn here,
So Alex Lorelei, a.k.a. Stars Above, we've been watching the planes do circles outside of Denver, unable to land for the last couple of hours. So yeah, we were aware that it appeared that there was a ground stop.
647 Sun Country 1577.
And she also mentions a United 737 flight was even diverted to Fort Collins, Northern Colorado Regional.
Look at that sunset. How's that for a stunning visual to end the day?
2, wind and variable at 6, gust 17, runway 12 right, cleared 2 length. But I want you right out of the 557 traffic will hold in position.
And our Air France is on the move.
2612, hold short of Delta.
For 5527 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic set to marker.
12 right, line up and wait, there, 5527.
Short of hotel for Delta 5.
All right, folks, Air France is now strutting its stuff towards 12 right for departure.
Right, waiting for you.
Delta South 12 right, evacuate from Country 1577.
Country 1577, continue Delta.
And Lorelei, a.k.a. Stars Above, also said, hello, we just found you tonight and subscribed. Thanks for
Thank
all
you.
do.
Welcome.
Yes, you're welcome.
Welcome to Minnesota. Welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. I want to welcome all of our awesome viewers that are regulars here viewing our channel or just tuning in for the first time. Welcome to one of the best spots to take a peek at the U.S. commercial aviation scene here at MSP Airport. So here's Air France, late but fashionable with the Dreamliner, making its way to 12 right. We'll have that departure here coming up.
Well, there's a lot of places that people can go to do their plane spotting at all the various airports throughout the country and the world, but the unique thing that we have here is our location.
So 555 opposite direction, downfield on Alpha's waiting on you, Bravo around the tunnel.
Alright, Bravo around the tunnel and Roger, they hold crest, Delta 557.
And I think this could also kind of confirm on what we're hearing about what's going on in Denver. Bill Sexton says, wow, is it bad weather in Denver right now?
Runway 120 heading in over 527, good day.
Yikes.
Yeah, unfortunately, those type of things can happen. It can happen here.
Take you on the tunnel, then Alpha to your Gulf 6 gate.
It can happen when I was down in the Tampa area. As I say in regard to the weather, Mother Nature's fury.
Endeavor 5253, wind is variable at 6, gust 17, runway 12 right, line up wait.
Approved 12 right.
Southwest 557 from Chicago Midway. So they must be doing better down in the Chicago area as far as the weather is concerned.
Endeavor 5253, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff. France 635, Uniform heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic, 6 mile final.
Landing up and waiting, runway 12 right, airframe 65 uniform.
Visual 128. 1042 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, a heavy 787, caution wake turbulence. Wind 030 at 7, gust 17, runway 12 right, cleared to land.
12 right, clear to land, up 1042.
Endeavor 5253 on the 120 heading, contact.
All right, here come the French. Air France ready to motor back to Paris with a 787-9 Dreamliner. Also got a banana boat coming our way too, RJ.
Air France 635 uniform heavy, fly heading 120, wind 030 at 7, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Headed back to Atlanta.
Heading 120, we are still for takeoff from the 12 right, Air France 635 uniform.
The 674 and the 1 right, taxi Delta Alpha cross
There they go. Oh, sound those treads.
Minneapolis ground and meter. Say again your request. Sunny 3, push approved. Travelers 4552, push approved.
05, contact departure.
Touching down behind the 787 Air France departure now is Delta 1042 and a former Northwest A320 from Austin.
2348 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic on a 9 mile final.
Taxi via Sierra, runway 4, and then hold short of whiskey. I do have an edict for you of a quarter after, so I'll just hold you up there just a minute or so.
Understood. Taxi 1 right via Sierra, runway 4, hold short of whiskey.
Sunny 3, proceed via Delta, Kilo 3, cross runway 17, right at Lima, cross runway 4.
Thank you to Sean, our newest member on Buy Me a Coffee. So support our general fund and the upkeep of our shows. Thank you so much.
Delta 1042, Minneapolis ground. Roger, company is waiting to park there. Your discretion, pass them if you have room. Otherwise, you can just hold short there as soon as they pull in. Continue via Alpha to the gate. Alpha to the gate.
And Snowjet SST says there are few things cooler than the Dreamliner Wing Flex. Yeah, that's for sure. I don't know if you're going to find, there's a commercial aircraft out there
Sun Country
that has more wing flex than a 787.
Our grounded meter.
The 787 has the sexiest looking wings in the business.
Good way to company.
Bar none.
Here's standby 1. 23, just give way to company coming out to Sierra. Got your 297. You're going to give way to
all right, everybody. It's banana boat time. Here's Spirit with a turn and burn off 12 right.
Left.
Wings 2348, contact departure. 2348.
Our windsock has been illuminated.
Yep, it's moving around a little bit too.
Tower, traffic short final, wind 030
Oh, yeah.
at
Wind
9er.
is maybe swirling
Runway
a little
12
bit.
right, clear to land, traffic will hold in position. Runway 12 right, 674 Maps Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic 10 mile final.
So that was Delta 2159 from San Francisco.
Turn left at Alpha 4, contact ground point 9er.
Oh, look at that sky, RJ.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
674, fly heading 120, runway 12
Yes,
right,
I've
clear
been
takeoff.
through a lot of sunsets on board ships at sea, so they're pretty spectacular too. But it's always about where you are and the fact that you get them like this. As long as you get them, anywhere you might get them from is good.
South 2159, not Roger. Your discretion past company traffic there, Alpha, Delta, correct. Ground and meter, Roger. I have pretty bad news here. They just came out with a ground stop for Southwest only.
So I was going to wait for them to pass by us, and the volume of noise drop a little bit. That was Delta 674 headed to Indianapolis.
I guess an edict time for that once they have that stop when you guys come out of the stop.
And since Sun Country's photobombing, they're headed to Chicago. O'Hare.
I really have no idea how long it's going to be. So it's your call. It literally just came out.
Those are the strobes that I like, just like that snap.
Yeah.
Reminded me of the old former Northwest DC-10s. That's the way they were.
Country 261, runway 12 right, continue taxi via Whiskey. Continue taxi 12 right via Whiskey.
Guess what?
Country 944, visual approach 12 right. Country 944, Minneapolis Tower, company's 2 out, wind 030 at 9er, gust 15, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Thank you so much, Brenda.
Country 944.
Saying thank you for the great viewing with no glitches.
Yep, that's for sure.
Yeah, no buffering or anything. We had dealt with that in the past just because the networking gear that we used to use struggled at times. The stuff we're using now has gotten us out of the jungle.
And you also brought the other laptop back into service too.
That is also correct.
And it's on a chill pad.
Yeah, we've made some performance modifications. It's a continuing craft. Live streaming is a strange animal, but a fascinating one at that.
Roger, and I can offer you 12 right if you would like. Do you want the 12 left? I want to take on the left side then. Runway 12 left, taxi via Sierra. Cross runway 22.
It was Sun Country 1700 from Salt Lake City.
Sierra cross 22, Michael.
I've never been to Utah.
Ooh.
Right at Whiskey 3, taxi via Whiskey, contact.
Check out those lights. Nice.
Just as a heads up, I think we're starting to get some of those pesky June bugs.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, there's one kind of coming after you.
They should know who they're dealing with.
Exactly.
7800 Minneapolis ground, was it 3 you said? I believe taxi via Whiskey, Charlie 1.
Charlie 1 and from the would help you.
Yes, up at 4552.
Sean, welcome to main cabin. Thank you so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Have fun with those emojis.
Up at 4552, Roger, taxi.
Also, thank you for helping us grow.
Yeah, Ben Romler, thank you so much. Says the coverage, guys. It says thank you for the coverage, guys. Watching from St. Joseph.
59 Minneapolis, metered in ground, 8 Sierra, runway 12 right. Taxi via Papa Mike Alpha cross, runway 4.
Alan Crow, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Just subscribed, viewing from Menominee, Wisconsin. I've driven through Menominee many times. I know exactly where that's at.
My brother went to college there.
Oh, wow.
Train 944, turn right at Whiskey 3, join Whiskey, contact ground point 9er.
Whiskey 3, Whiskey 4.
Sean, our newest member, also sending us a nice message. You are welcome, Sean. Sean says, thanks for the show. Lived in Minnesota for years, but are now in Northern California. Wife worked for Northwest Airlines until the Delta merger and took the early retirement option. Been in California since, but love seeing MSP. Well, thank you for tuning in tonight. Thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful.
Right. 1682, yep. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're on the visual there. Entry 1682, Minneapolis Tower, wind 0308, runway 12 right, cleared to land.
Land 12 right, Sun Country 1682.
We're getting a Sun Country Mike taxi.
That we are.
Sun Country 1700, JF, we're going to Hotel 1 now.
1700, Roger.
So that's an example of the unique location that we have here to do MSP Airport Live at the viewing area at the end of Cargo Road, because we are that close.
12 right via Papa Charlie Alpha cross runway 4.
And whether we were able to show that as we just showed that Sun Country Tide Pod passing by, there was another one passing in the opposite direction on the other side of runway 422. So we're right at the intersection of runway 422 and 12 left, 30 right. So we almost have that feel where we're right in the middle of the airport, in the middle of the airfield.
Runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic 4, I'll be ready.
12 right, line up and wait, Sun Country 261.
Left or right, your choice is 0.
So that was with Sun Country, 1682 from Houston.
7944, affirmative. What gate?
We're going to hotel in Whiskey Charlie.
7944, yeah. Taxi to Whiskey Charlie, Charlie 2.
Country 261, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, traffic's 2 out.
120, 12 right, clear for takeoff.
So Greeny just said, Tower just announced a ground stop for Southwest. Where?
2620 Minneapolis Tower, wind 030 at 8, runway 12 left, clear 2 end.
To the 162 heavy, traffic from the right follows you. At Mike, you avoided traffic from the left.
Right, follows up.
Delta 1305, MSP underground, pushback approved. Runway 12 right or left, your choice.
Contact departure. Departure. X297 up start, Mike Cross, runway 12 right, the heavyweight for you, continue, Mike Papa to 12 left.
Cross 12 right up, Mike Papa to 12 left, Sun Country 297.
So Bill Sexton says, so can I ask this to you all? When was the last time you flew on an airplane and what year was it? Mine was in 1990 when me and my mom went to northern Maine. We went from MSP to Boston.
And join Whiskey, contact ground point 9er.
We must have somebody who can't wait to see one departure in particular. Greeny says there's a Southwest sitting over by Terminal 2 that just pushed for going to Denver, but now I can't go anywhere.
7472, Minneapolis Transact to be a Whiskey.
Oh boy.
Charlie,
yeah.
0. All right, folks, here's Delta 162 Heavy off to AMS. This will be the finale for tonight's broadcast of live plane spotting from the Twin Cities.
152 Heavy, welcome.
Sasha says, I live in the west end of St. Louis Park and have the perfect view of the approach into 12 right. Love being able to then watch them land on your stream.
That's awesome. Yeah, St. Louis Park is a western suburb of Minneapolis, and boy, do they really get some good flyovers on the approach path.
Okay, so we got a little update with the Greeny says the ground stop is for Southwest flights to Denver only, which is only one of the flights sitting over there at T2.
429, runway 12 right, taxi to Delta, hold short of Whiskey.
Sun Country 297, runway 12 left, line up and wait.
Yeah, it always creates kind of a mess when things happen like this somewhere because of the weather, but...
Meter ground, pushback approved.
What can we do?
Exactly.
I mean, my mom and I had a pretty interesting transatlantic experience on a cruise in 2004. We sat dead in the water in the middle of the North Atlantic for 3 hours with no propulsion, and we were trying to go around the weather that caused everything to happen.
2620, turn right at Papa 2, turn right on Papa, contact
It's called
ground,
Hurricane
point 9er.
Carl. It was like $1 million worth of cosmetic damage to the ship. We were trying to go around it, and we still had problems.
1682, you just hold right there, short of
4 days at sea
Charlie
turned into 6 because we lost a couple of ports.
Turn a left, heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
As soon as they're out there, they can turn and burn.
Yeah, there's nobody on final for runway 12 right, and I think that with our Delta Heavy departure, I think this is an amazing way to cap off what has been quite truly, I think, one of the better shows I think that we've done to date. So I want to thank everybody for sticking with us, spending your Sunday afternoon or evening, however long you've been watching our broadcast. I want to send a big thank you, a big Minnesota thank you your way.
So real quick before they roll, Bill Sexton, do we stream every day? No, we do not. Typically Wednesdays and Sundays, and maybe a touch and go
Sun Country
in between.
297 on that here.
Those are our pop-up short broadcasts
Runway 12 left. You're
that
still
we
clear
will
for takeoff if you
spontaneously
want.
do if the conditions are right during the week.
Short of the tunnel.
Country 297.
Yeah, regarding the
out of here.
Alaska diversion, we never heard anything.
Bravo. Hold short of the tunnel.
Cancel takeoff clearance. Turn right at Mike. And you can try ground or me on a different frequency if that works. Anything, if you can hear that.
Did they just cancel their takeoff?
We'll try again on here, Country 297.
I think they did, yep.
Turn right there. Turn right at Mike, and then right turn on Papa. Taxi full length, runway 12 right there. 12 left now.
Oh, they're swapped. They're flipping.
The 162 heavy, turn left heading
wait a minute.
105, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Oh, nope.
Okay, I thought I heard a flip.
It's for another flight.
Runway
Okay.
12 right at pilot's discretion, line up and wait, caution, wake turbulence and jet blast on the departing heavy Airbus 330.
All right, here we go, folks.
Right, our discretion 059.
Delta, correction, Sun Country 297, how do you hear this radio? Country 297, loud clear.
Destination
297,
Amsterdam.
loud clear here also. Runway 12 left, line up and wait, follow on the heavy departing the parallel. 12 left, line up and wait. Delta 1280, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, wind 030 at 7, runway 12 right, cleared to land. 162 heavy, contact departure, good day.
Delta 162 heavy, departure, good day.
So off Subul. I know I'm chopping some of these. It says perfect finale, beautiful AMS bound A330 and beautiful sunset ambience. Wonderful show tonight. You both are great. Thanks.
Thank you.
That will help me end the evening out here with Alex on a big high note, along with my big wave that I got from our UPS,
turn left, heading 100,
the first of the two UPS freighters that came in earlier in the stream. Says, have a great night, and thank you once again for the live stream. You're very welcome.
Welcome.
Ferrari says, great stream. Yeah, we're great. We're really glad and happy that we were finally able to pull off an awesome stream tonight with minimal to no disruptions. So,
yeah, it's the constant battle when you're doing live streaming or anything that's as it happens, it can be the challenge, but glad we could bring you a very entertaining Sunday from MSP Airport. We had 30 ops, we had 12 ops. I mean, basically we had pretty much everything that we could possibly show. I mean, we had operations on just the two parallel runways, and it was intense. It was nonstop from start to finish. Certainly one of the more memorable spotting trips that I've taken out here in quite a while, and also I would say one of the more memorable live streams that I've done.
yeah, same here.
For sure. But before we get going, we want to invite you to stick around here because we want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by our friends over at DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. Visit them online at dgpilot.com.
Link 4, clear out of the class Bravo northbound altimeter 2997.
And by Jet Set Shirts. catering to the av geek and travel enthusiast lifestyle with some awesome apparel. Check out the link in the description below or visit jetsetshirts.com to get your aviation swag on today. And the Jet Set life. Wear it.
Minneapolis ground. Yeah, Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
And I have one thing to share about the History Center before we sign off for this evening as well. Just need to wait for the Sun Country departure to pass us.
All right, RJ. You have the floor.
Yes, so we're going to have an event at the History Center over at the Crown Plaza Hotel on the 18th of July. It's a Friday evening from 5 to 7 p.m. to let people come in and check out some of the new exhibits that we've set up.
Oh, wow.
So we're not usually open on a Friday evening like that, but to do this, we are.
And kudos to you and all the other volunteers at the History Center for putting it on. You know, the Northwest Airlines History Center has done an immeasurable amount of work to preserve the history and the Northwest Airlines story. There was a whole media archive of video reels and photos and just media that was going to get thrown out. This was from
Turn right at Whiskey 5.
Northwest's
and join Whiskey, contact
media archive. I mean, this would have been priceless. And it is priceless. And it was about to be destroyed, but the museum actually saved it.
Nice job. Thank you.
So their commitment to preserving and sharing the Northwest story is really incredible. A great organization, 501c3 nonprofit. They have an incredible aviation shop that supports the museum. Go check them out.
Especially the online merch. And the one fun thing that we have now over there that's kind of neat is that we have put up a little station where you can, and with the backdrop, you can act like you're marshalling an airplane into the gate.
Yeah, isn't that cool? So visit northwestairlineshistory.org for more information.
Link 4 if you're not frequency change group, let it say it.
Final thoughts, RJ, as we wrap it up here from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Well, I'm really proud to have been a part of this stream today because I think this is one of the best streams that we've ever been able to accomplish with the technical challenges that we have. I mean, like Alex was saying, you know, this is not, when you get involved in live streaming, it's not as easy as you think. In addition to the fact that our location here, literally kind of in the middle of the airport, in the airfield here, because, you know, we've got runway, 12 right, 30 left, right in front of us. To our right, we've got runway 422. I mean, we're in the middle of the action, so with all the signals and communications that are going back and forth between tower and all the aircraft, in addition to what we're trying to do and what we need to broadcast and provide the stream, you know, airwaves are busy.
Continue past the gate.
And my big highlight, of course, is I got that huge wave from the first officer of the UPS Heavy, the first one that we had of the two.
That was from the A300 that arrived from Louisville.
Yeah.
We had two UPS Heavies arrive from the World Port in Louisville, Kentucky.
And, of course, always the former Northwest Red Tails that are continuing to fly today. They have the Delta paint job on them, but, hey, that's still the Northwest registration.
Yep, and that's why
flying,
we do these.
Continuing to fly proud.
1306 Minneapolis Tower, number 2. Wind 040 at 9er, runway 12 right, clear to land.
I know when I flew back from Denver, I was pretty pumped. Because I was on an A320, and I booked that flight specifically to do that.
Former Northwest.
You bet.
And I will be on an ex-Northwest A320 departing Detroit. Assuming I make my connection on time with the A350 that I'll be flying out on to Detroit second Wednesday in August, or in the second week of August. On that Wednesday, I'll be out of town. So there will be no broadcast on that day because I'll be leaving. I'll tell you what, RJ, I think my favorite moment of the day was we had that one part of the broadcast around the big wave that you had from the A300. Discover was taken off around that time. I think just we had a really good open to the show, and KLM departing off 30 left. Getting to see strictly 12 ops on both parallels without the presence of operations on runway 17 for departures from this particular vantage point. It doesn't happen too often. And I think just being able to be here at the right place at the right time, I think made a huge difference. And I'm sure you folks will agree that it just made for an epic day for plane spotting, nonstop start to finish.
Yeah, and I would say anybody that's watching us online, if you're ever in the area and you happen to be able to see us broadcasting, don't ever hesitate to come out and say hi.
Well, as much as we'd like to stay on the air, we have to get going. Sun's going down, and we've got places to be tomorrow. And if you're not already subscribed, be sure to subscribe for notifications for when we go live. Looking to do our rodeo again on Wednesday this week. Should be an excellent day for spotting, as it typically is.
Oh, and I just thought of something. Happy belated 4th of July, everybody.
Yeah. Hope you had a fantastic 4th of July this past Friday. Well, and with that, we will see you all in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Until then, everybody, blue skies and tailwinds. Have a good night.
4 Minneapolis, they're just off that gate. Taxi via Alpha Delta, Quebec.
Welcome to DG Pilot, Aviation, Collectibles, and more, and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom, where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.